abundance. We have everything within us. For we are, for we will always be. For Mother Earth is love. For Mother Earth has peace. For Mother Earth is free. For Mother Earth has abundance. For Mother Earth has everything within her. For she was, for she is, for she will always be. And so it is spoken, so it has been written, and it is done.
You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is May 13th. We have a great show planned for you. We are actually on episode 29 of the series Momma Terra and the Consciousness of Her People. If you have not joined us for this series, sorry, y'all. Let me turn on the little pictures. Honey, I done just jumped. It's been one of those weeks, y'all. If you have not joined us for this series, I highly recommend that you do. Go back to some of the beginning episodes. We started in this series with the document from the Alphabet Boys. They did a study on consciousness. And in that particular study, they went a lot deeper than I expected for them to publicly admit. But they showed the power of manifestation actually through your thoughts, creating something, bringing it into the physical realm. They literally took an experiment, had a couple people visualize something, and then they put an infrared light over the atmosphere, and they saw where each person was creating a prototype of what they were thinking in their mind. And some of the participants, they interrupted them during their creation process, their creation thought process. And during that interruption, that particular hologram, that's what I was trying to say. They put infrared light, and the hologram showed up of what they were trying to create. When they were interrupted during the process, the thought process of creating, they saw where that hologram shattered into pieces. I was surprised they admitted that, but they also go in and talk about how we are being taught time exists, does not exist. It just is. Everything is in the now. Everything runs simultaneously. It is based on the frequency level. So that's just some of the things they went into. They also went into time travel, remote viewing, a lot of stuff. So I highly encourage you, if this is your first time with this series, go back to the beginning. You can pick up a few things. We also give you that actual document we went over, the Alphabet Boy study. And then the extended part of the series, Brother Sean found some information on a book called Path to Orion, Earthly Route to Peace with Justice by Emily Windsor Craig. You can find this free on the internet via PDF, but she wants you to find it free. The author wants you to find it free, but you can also buy it in Amazon. The author did a wonderful job. She pulled together several sources from creation story, myths, ancient text to put together this book. In the book, she talks about the untold history of planet Earth, i.e. Tiamat, and how when beings arrived on the planet, she talked about the Annunaki first. 450,000 years ago, there were already indigenous people here, okay? And she also gets into the book how on the planet now we have the social dynamics that we have now. All of those concepts were brought in with these different beings that came on the planet to terraform, okay? So now we are in the Terra Papers. And shout out to Sis Tressie. She brought us back that material. I am so happy. I've been looking for this book for years. And it is also going over the creation story. It's going over the Galactic Wars, how the Annunaki and the other different beings were teaming up together. They started fighting each other. Then they teamed up to come and terraform Earth, etc., etc. So that's where we are now. So that's that. Sorry, y'all. I'm just off. It's been one of those type of days. Okay. So with that said, let me give a quick shout out to the YouTube chat. Shout out to my son, Scotty in the house, Scotty Saturn. Shout out to Brother Lance. Hey, I'm born here. I see Brother Sean's in the chat. Who else we got here? I think I'm caught up. Oh, Joe. Hey, peace and love, Brother Joe. Peace and love, Empress Cheryl. Hey, Sis Dory. Hey, Sis Raz. I'm gonna call you Raz. Raz and I be chopping it up during the week on IM. She be having me rolling on some stuff, but on some stuff I be like, dang. And peace and love, Clarence. And peace and love to everybody else out in YouTube land. So with that said, let me bring on my co-hosts, Sis Sandra and Brother Sean. Now, Brother Sean, don't let me forget. One of us got to talk about what the governor of Ohio just did yesterday in regards to Rona. Do not let me forget to talk about that. So beat me to the punch if I don't talk about it. So let me bring on Sis Sandra. Oh, Brother Sean, you're not in here yet, so okay. Okay, sis, you should be able to unmute. There you are. Peace and love, sis.
Peace and love, sis. From the family and Brother Sean when you get here.
Yeah, he was in, but you know how he has to jump off sometimes. Yeah. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm good, girl. Trying to get it together, but I'm good.
No, that's all part of that living in it.
Yeah, I know, right? But good to hear your voice. All right, sis. So, trying to get my volume right. So we're going to start with you. Go ahead on with the fuckery. What's on your mind, sis?
Well, did they just say we're not going to wear any masks anymore?
Child. It's depending on the state.
Well, you know what? What they going to do to you when you don't wear them? Put you in jail?
Say that again, sis.
What they going to do when you don't wear them? Put you in jail? You know,
like I said, it's depending on the state, but I'll let you go head on with yours. So since you brought it up, once you finish with yours, I'll tell you what's going down in Ohio.
You know, I I forget to wear mine most of the time because that's not part of my appendage. And
Right.
so I go into the store and it's in my hand.
Girl, you about bet. Well, although I don't have to go to the gas station a lot, thank God. But when I finally did have to go, I goes in there. No mask to be found. Didn't have one in my car. And the young man was like, "Oh, here's a mask." I said, "Oh, I'm so sorry, sweetie." He's like, "Oh, that's okay." So I know how you feel, sis. I try to keep one in my car.
I keep one in my purse.
And one in my purse, but yeah, it's not the first thing on my mind. So I feel you.
You know, I don't even wear anything because I figure everybody's an adult. Most of us are adults, and we know if we want to live or we want to die. And I think that there's adults, they should regulate how adults want to live. But since we're humans, and like they said in the book of, what is the Annunaki and Inky, they said that they want to get rid of the humans, remember? Because they was ruckus and they were having too much sex and partying. And
like they asses wasn't. They came with the dramatization, baby mama sleeping with their friends, old ladies, the nerve, but continue.
Every woman he saw, he hit up.
Right. Right. Hoeing. But go ahead, continue.
Humans are taking too much air. They're gonna get off this planet. We're gonna get rid of them, So, and they started it way back then. So, and to have that part of their agenda now with the Georgia Guidestones, where they just want to have 500 million people alive, and you wonder why they're trying to buy you. They're trying to pay you a full scholarship, full ride scholarship, if you will take a vaccine.
Okay, wait a minute. Are they doing that in Cali?
No, it's in Ohio, I think.
Yep, that's what I wanted Brother Sean, not to have me forget. Yes, honey. Wait, but that's not it. It's just not the scholarship.
Nope.
Come on, Brother Sean, tell it. Baby, let me tell you, I had to have a herbal refreshment. I said, these motherfuckers making my case to not do it. But go tell them, Brother Sean, what they really offering. Child.
They said for adults that you get entered for a chance to win $1 million.
I was like, you bullshitting me. I was like, because I saw the replay of the press conference. I had something to do. So I saw it later on. I just turned around and started looking for my stuff, y'all. I'm like, these motherfuckers are desperate. Are you kidding me? And they're going to give away, what did he say? It's going to be 5 drawings of $1 million. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's 5. So they're really giving out $5 million plus giving out scholarships.
Yep.
All to take the stuff. So
I should let you know something up right there.
It is what it is.
What's wrong with this picture, folks? They gonna pay you to get killed?
Uh-oh.
They want to give you that.
Are y'all talking or is it just me? Trying to make sure this equipment didn't go out.
They want to give you that hoochie coochie.
Sis, I don't hear you.
You don't?
I hear you.
Wait,
we can hear you, Ron.
Sure. Here we go. I even coded it, and here we go with the fuckery. Can y'all drop a 1 in the chat if you can hear me? YouTube, drop a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Okay. Okay, y'all can hear me. Y'all hear Sis Sandra. I don't hear Sis Sandra. Okay, can y'all hear Sis Sandra? Say yes if you can hear Sis Sandra. Okay, I can't hear them. Got it. Continue, y'all. Let me fix my shit. Gone.
So
go ahead, Sis Sandra.
Oh, so yeah, so why are they gonna give you $1 million prize if you take that vaccine, if that thing is not so dangerous. Because it's your choice to live or die, right? But they don't want you to make a choice. They're desperate to get those vaccines in your body. Why? Some people need to think about that. What does the government give you $1 million to take a shot?
Right.
You got to think about. You got to think about how much money they getting on that kickback.
Yeah, but the shots are free, first of all.
Yeah, but they're still getting kickback.
They are getting the big billions of dollars worth of kickbacks. So they are trying to control the planet. They are trying to take control of the planet with the chip that they put in there. And they're not getting enough suckers. Ooh, did I say that? To take the hoochie coochie so they can have control of everybody.
Yeah, it just, I'm like, if that does not scream desperation,
yeah,
I don't know what is. I'm like,
that's right.
Thing is, all the vaccines have already been paid for in a stimulus package.
True.
So it ain't free.
True.
And people still gonna have to pay that stimulus money back. Even all that money that's going over there to all those other countries for all that bullshit.
True.
They done estimated it around $43,000 to $46,000 per person that has to be paid back.
Per person now, not family.
Per person. And at the most, people may have got 5,000 to 10,000, depending upon how many children you had.
How many chillins, right?
Mm-hmm. Other than that, all that got to be paid back.
Sure, they do make you pay that stuff back.
Huh?
See,
What'd you say, sis?
They do make you pay it back. But see, they're desperate because their time is short. They're losing the control of the planet.
That's obvious. Anytime you got to come out and pay somebody, paying people, because pretty much that's what you're doing. You paying people to take it at this point. So that lets me know whatever number they need for whatever they're trying to do, they don't have it.
Exactly.
They don't have it. So I'm just going to continue sipping on my water and watching because I'm like,
Well, there's another thing I'd like to
They proved the conspiracy theory people right. They proved the quote conspiracy people right every fucking time. Right. Conspiracy theory people couldn't even have written that in the script.
It's a fine book, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to lump me as a conspiracy theorist, okay, so what? I couldn't have lumped that shit up in the book. Wait a minute. You're going to do a lottery and give away $1 million? Oh, okay then.
Hey, remember the book called The Lottery? Do you remember the book called The Lottery? You signed up for the lottery, and if you were the winner, it was your death.
So what's so lottery about that? What was the catch? They had to give you something.
Yeah.
They had to promise you something in order for you to sign up.
Exactly. I forget what the
okay.
In the end was your death.
Yeah, child. I'm like, you know what, y'all? I think about that Twilight Zone episode when the aliens came and they were offering all of this free technology and all this stuff, yada, yada, yada. Okay. And they gave them this book in their language, didn't decode it for them and none of that. And so they were inviting people to come back to their world. So, and they had made friends with the aliens, was kicking it, this, that, and the third. So just as people was, like the last person was getting on the ship and they was closing the door up and everything, this one lady ran up the stairs and said, "No, don't go. They're going to use you for food. This is the recipe book." I was like, that's what the fuck this remind me of. I'm not saying that, aliens are going to come down and snatch people up, but something is not right. Something is not right. When did they start giving a damn about somebody's health?
When?
And
Exactly.
I'm going to pay you to be healthy.
And you had to pay for the flu shots, right?
Right. That's how you know it's bull. That's how you know it's bull crap. Now, when the AIDS thing first hit the scenes and that medication was so high, that medicine was so high, which still it didn't even work, they weren't trying to give shit for free. I don't see them giving out chemo for free, none of that.
Oh.
It's just suspect to me. That's just me. It's suspect to me. And they just proved my point.
Yeah.
And the fact that they paid them in advance. They paid them in advance for some shit that they knew didn't work.
Right.
Well, legend Onaga Charlie says it's cosmic slop, solvent green. That's what they're doing. They getting everybody to be a meal.
Either that or getting people to suppress their DNA to unlock to be able to hold a high frequency.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I really think it is. It's
keeping people locked in a certain frequency.
Exactly. It's to lock down your DNA to keep you in a certain frequency.
Control you. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah,
one.
because whatever number they trying to get, they ain't got it yet.
And their time is short. You can tell there's frantic.
And they ain't gonna get it, but okay.
That Saki chick is already resigning as press secretary within the year. So
her nerves probably shot, girl.
They usually only stick around a year.
Yeah.
They usually have a new one every year.
Yeah, who wants the damn job? I couldn't get up there lying on a minute by minute basis. Be like, look, my nerves too bad. I'm out of here.
Well, that's what the MSM does every day. They get a briefing and they tell all the people everything they want them to hear.
Yeah, but you know what now? Newscasters, they're not even journalists anymore.
Not anymore. They just...
you just gotta look pretty, look handsome, speak well,
Actors.
And they put a script in front of them.
Willing to lie.
That's why the shit all sounds the same. Because, they're reading off a script.
I saw Gene Calloway. He gave that as one of his. I'm just trying to make you think.
And
he showed all of them being trained.
Operation Mockingbird.
Operation. Hey, yeah, you got it. Operation Mockingbird.
Yep.
Now we're gonna turn over to Operation Odin, right, Russia? Where they're not in control, but the Most High, whoever their Most High is in control. So the Mockingbird is out. They just launched the Starlink satellite system for their quantum package for the Nicera stuff and the med bits and all that kind of stuff as well. They say.
Oh yes, sis. They still talking about the 1-800 numbers and tier groups. I shared one of the videos today. They still talking that stuff. Well, maybe possibly Thursday, the first accounts will go active, and they still telling people the exact same shit they've been saying for over 10 goddamn years.
For over 10 years.
Same shit.
Them stuff.
And the sad part about it, that's why, we can sit up here and say the things that we say. And it's not like I've been in the game long, the whole conscious game, from a public perspective at all. But the time that I have seen some shit. And that's why we're able to say what we can say. And what people don't realize, we've witnessed a lot of people. I know I have personally. I'm assuming Brother Sean has, Sis Sandra. We've witnessed a lot of people get locked up. We've witnessed a lot of people die waiting on these lies, and it's supposed it was somebody allegedly gonna do on this, that, and the third day. Watch people lose their home, lose their children. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
We talking about the big pimps of the industry, not some of these up and comers who are just now fucking their names up. This, that, other. We talking about the motherfuckers that
big pimping
started with.
Shit.
Yeah,
we know what the fuck we talking about, player. Trust me. You can run any of them names. I bet you either we know them or we know somebody that know them. Can't run that game on us. So it's sad. It's really sad. But, you know, people have to take ownership for self and stop following other people.
Well, you know, my son is in Georgia now.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, you know, he works in a pharmacy.
I call that the scam capital, Atlanta. I don't want to give all Georgia that. Atlanta is the motherfucking scam capital of the U.S.
He said our people are in line for their vaccines.
That's on them.
The hoochie coochie. So I'm like, wow, what's wrong with these people? Can't they take life as it comes? Or they gonna run and just try to protect themselves from something somebody else said they gonna get? So I don't know.
Yeah, and you know, everybody's not meant to get it, but even with that said, I'm still tripping that they offering this money, because for so many people taking it,
they don't have enough.
Exactly. So I'm sitting back like sipping tea, herbal refreshments, all of it, looking at the show. Because I'm like, I couldn't make this shit up if I wanted to.
No.
I ain't even creative enough to come up with that. Damn.
But our people will probably go for that 1 million. So it's more probably they need more of us.
That's what I'm thinking too. Huh? What'd you say, Brother Sean?
Actually, it's like soon as they take it, they're automatically entered. So I think that's gonna cross all type of quote unquote racial boundaries, because you got all type of scary motherfuckers up here.
Yeah.
I don't care what color they are.
Yeah, but is that going forward, or is that everybody that got it?
I think that's going forward.
Okay, that's what I thought. I thought it was going forward.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, they're not going to grandfather the ones already took it. Missed out on the lottery. Lucky them.
Yeah.
No, not lucky them. They
already took it.
They gonna be the first wave of whatever happens.
They said 4 months to 14 months.
We shall see.
Well, yeah. Okay, I see you, Brother 832. We coming to you. Let us get through. Go ahead on with the fuckery first.
Somebody said a doctor. I heard a doctor say. They said the doctor said pine needle will help you with the hoochie coochie.
Pine needle.
Make a tea out of it. I've never heard of it.
Oh, okay.
I heard of the tea, but there it is. They shouldn't have took that shit to begin with.
Yeah, because I don't know anybody that at a minimum hasn't been like really, really tired. And some people have gotten sick where they were down for a couple days. And some people, it's been a little bit worse.
It's been down forever. My neighbor was really nauseated and sick, and she said she had pain in her legs, so she knows she has clots. Because it's the same, she had it before, clots. Now she has them again.
Yeah. I'm sorry, sis, what you say?
The cold fee, that is an act that was passed in Congress in 2017, I guess it was. And that was in regards to all of this stuff. the Yahweh chick that was in China, they had that warrant out for her arrest, and the Apple people because they turned on the 5G and the 6G, and the people's oxygen was heating up, and the blood in their body was heating up. That Kofi fee has all of the above in it, all of the extraterrestrials that's here on the planet, and the COVID, the oxygen stuff that's blowing people up insides out in China in the beginning, and it has restrictions against the Chinese CCP to have that trade because the 60 gigahertz because the frequency was too high, and when they turned on the 5G, the people exploded. So that was way back in 2017. Now here we are in 2019 when they finally released it on the populace.
Release what? Rona?
Yeah, Rona.
Oh, okay.
But they had started blocking that in our government with bills in 4998, I think it was the bill number. I was busy today and I wanted to go back over this video that I was hearing about Kofifi. It's COVFEFE. And that, if you look it up, it has so many meanings, including the extraterrestrials who conquered or terraformed this planet. Right here. So that's what they are talking about. It's been out there. The 5G. They said they had the patent in 1972. Yeah, so it's been in the works for a long time. But that lady, that the Yahweh that they had on house arrest and they was looking for and all that kind of stuff. And Apple, they said, released it without the covalent of iron and cobalt to balance that frequency.
Well, we soon finna find out. Okay, so all this alien talk stuff we're talking about, I just find it interesting that they're pressed for folks to take this vac. We know that the planet's frequency is rising. Hell, they even finally had to come out and admit that.
Even the Galactic Federation did admit it, that the frequency is rising, and it's risen higher than what they expected.
I called that years ago. I told y'all they couldn't keep up. So I'm just going to keep sitting back sipping. Because, child, we finna see some shit. I can guarantee you that. This is just the beginning. So...
Yeah.
All right, Brother Sean, what you have for go ahead on with the fuckery?
Okay. The Galactic Federation. The Council of Nine, as they're originally referred to. They've only given the identity of 8.
Yeah.
They say that out of free will is why they won't say who the 9th is.
So the 9th don't want to be identified?
Yeah, or they don't want to identify.
Oh, okay.
But we supposed to believe y'all. And y'all keeping motherfucking secrets from us and shit. But they say that the battle is taking place on Mars, and that the Annunaki and them have called for help from the Luciferians.
Yeah.
That's a whole nother race of beings. It's not Lucifer of the Bible. or as the Bible dictates it. It's a whole nother alien race. But the thing that I found interesting about that, remember on the last Justice League movie when they closed off that portal and dude was like, we just have to get there the old-fashioned way?
Uh-huh.
That's what they said, that the portals have been closed off. And that
Dr. Blair said that before he transitioned, that the portals were closed off. But go ahead.
And that the Luciferians have to take the long way to get here. And that, who is it? One of them is supposed to be going to try and meet them before they get here and try and persuade them from not coming. But the point behind all that is, all these wars is for Mama Earth.
Mm-hmm.
All these so-called higher dimensional beings,
right,
that y'all are worshiping is trying to take your shit.
Right.
They talked about all the treaties and the treaties they had with the presidents. They know that the presidents is they hybrids.
Right.
Yeah.
They're not talking to the indigenous people about shit.
Right.
That's true.
Right.
All y'all that's falling for their bullshit, wanting to be Annunaki or Pleiadian or all this other shit, when all of them admit that there was indigenous beings here, but y'all want to be something else.
Right.
They taking you.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
They taking you up to that frequency in order to feed off of you.
Yeah.
In order to actually be able to extract you off of Mama. If you in tune with Mama and rising with her, they can't extract you.
Yeah, that's what I think it is, Brother Sean. I think it's an extraction. I really do.
The reason that I'm saying that, they were predicting where they expected Mama to be frequency-wise.
Mm-hmm.
And she's surpassed anything that they had imagined.
Yep. Yep.
So for us to sit up and concentrate and try to lock in on a frequency that they want us to, a dimension that they want us to, they the ones that said we have to do this step by step. And Mama just showed you she don't give a fuck about no steps.
Right. 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 Yep.
So the fuckery is you're still following some non-terrestrial bullshit, trying to lock yourself into a certain dimensional frequency. If you're creators, you have the power to go wherever the fuck you want to go.
Yep. Do it.
You don't have to go help them repair their shit or keep feeding them. They've been watching this shit go on for millions of years. They even admit that they just been watching.
Yeah.
And say that because we hadn't reached a certain frequency that they couldn't get involved. I guess we wasn't edible to them motherfuckers at them lower frequency. So now that we hitting these higher frequencies,
shit, that's a good point.
Motherfuckers looking yummy as hell.
Right, like a whole snack.
Right. They like it's a goddamn all you can eat going on down there. That motherfucker.
Right. Yep. That's I hadn't thought about it like that. Yeah, because it's gotta be more than it's always more than what they're telling you in the physical. There's always a spiritual component to it. They're trying awfully hard. They trying awfully hard. So it's all gonna come to light.
So with your vaccine, with the coochie, you become real edible.
It keeps you locked in at a certain
frequency. Right.
They can enjoy it.
Yeah, I think it's for extraction, like Brother Sean said. I think they thought they could keep terraforming Mother Earth, but all of it is breaking down as it should. And she's rising too high, so they got to get the hell on. But they want energy to feed off of. So I really think that's what this is about. Plus, it's probably so many hybrids here that they want to save their own also. So I think it's a combination of both. And like I keep telling people, get prepared. You could be all kumbaya that you want to, thinking that you're going to save everybody and specifically save our melanated people. I told y'all, go on and get prepared, because that's not going to be the case. It's going to be the opposite. It's going to be a lot of people that cycle into that cycle with them because they're not ready, and that's what they have to do. So you're supposed to be staying focused, keep your house in order, keep your family as much as you can, because family can buck on you too a lot, but as much as you can, and keep it pushing and meet up with like-minded people and make things happen in silence. But other than that, it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
I will say this, though. Anything tied with paperwork, anything that's tied to a treaty or the fucking Constitution, I don't care if it's the organic Constitution or what. It's all fucking fraud.
Right.
And bullshit.
Right.
And everything out there that anybody is trying to use as far as for paperwork, I don't care what label you give the paperwork, requires their approval. It's tied to the Constitution or a treaty. They've honored no treaties ever. They're all null and void. If we're going off into a new era as creators, if we're going off into higher dimensions, why are we trying to take third dimensional shit into places it don't belong? Unless your intention is just to recreate your stay in 3D.
Right.
That being the case, that'll be part of your reality. Trapped again.
Right.
The rest of us, we getting the fuck out of here. See, it's your whole soul.
Right.
That's on the line.
That's the thing that people keep missing. I don't care how many times we fucking get up here and say it. This is about your soul. It's really the essence of who you are.
And people worried about material shit.
Which they should be able to get on their own any fucking way. That's what be killing me. People want to run around here. I'm talking in the conscious community. Want to run around here talking about they gods, they this and they that. And they some of the most not being able to make shit happen on their own folks that I done seen. That be the part that's fucking me up.
Mm-hmm.
You should be able to get these material things that you want on your motherfucking own. You don't need no group. You don't need... Hit it. Make it happen. So you full of shit at the end of the day. You ain't gonna do nothing in the spiritual. You ain't doing nothing in the physical. You just looking to see who you can feed off of as you talk shit about everybody else.
Because that's what all this is supposed to be about. Mastering self.
Yep.
Remembering. I mean, as creators, let's say at one point we all want, or we're all just the creator itself, having individual experiences. Don't you think as the creator, we would know that we're one? Wouldn't this individual experience be intentional? You got billions of people. That should be billions of different creations. That should be billions of higher frequency experiences to have.
Right.
But everybody wanted to do the same dumbass low vibrational shit. Year after year after year after year.
After year. Following somebody else's shit.
It's putting different names on it and different dates. But it's the same fuckery. Nobody wants to be an individual. Everybody wants to be a part of something. Oh, I'm this. Oh, I'm that too. Well, I'm that. Oh, I'm that too. Anything you say, a motherfucker got to be that too. Why not just be yourself?
Exactly.
You exist as an individual from a bloodline before you exist as anything. Before you're a part of any neighborhood. Before you know anything about that neighborhood. All you know is what's in that house. All you know is your bloodline. If you're feeding off that breast, all you know is mama. That's God, that's everything. You eventually get to know the old man, watching him peek over there while you're feeding this shit. You're like, go ahead, dude, I'm eating. You're fucking around a little bit too much. But other than that, I mean, that's what you know first. All the rest of that shit is something that's introduced to you outside of self.
Right.
If you can't respect your own bloodline, what type of respect you really got for a nation? What type of loyalty you got for a tribe or a clan? When you ain't even respected your own. But I digress.
Indeed. Indeed, brother. Okay, let me bring on brother 832. I know you had your hand up. Okay. All right, brother, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Rhonda! Phaedra! My sisters from other misters! Feathers up!
Feathers up, brother.
United Snakes of America down! Sean, my brother from another mother, sitting on Mount Olympus, throwing them black lightning bolts down tonight!
Indeed, bro.
I do have a fuckery report since y'all laid the red carpet out, but I think what you were trying to consider from the Twilight Zone, I saw somebody mention it in passing. There was a cookbook entitled How to Serve Man. And
Okay,
that
I
was
couldn't
what was
remember the
intriguing
title.
about the title.
Okay.
Yes. So
Okay.
the implication being that they were there to be of service, quote unquote,
That's what they
as we were
assumed.
being told by the Galactic Empire. And what's his name, Sean? Saint Germain? Is that a fucking alien or angel or what? An angle of
Yeah.
light or what lie are we supposed to believe about Saint Germain? Oh, I think they got something they call the Rodriguez Trust and all these things here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And my sister Sandra was trying to think if I thought what she was referring to was the movie The Island with Michael Clark Duncan. He played a pro football player, and the premise of The Island is that you were winning the lottery to get off from a post-apocalyptic world and be sent to the island. But you know what you won for the lottery? You won as a clone of the individual. You were cloned by this wealthy 1% elite. So in other words, Michael Clark Duncan was the clone of this high, like a LeBron James. And I think in his case, he was either providing him lungs or a new knee or so, whatever.
Right.
They had one particular wealthy woman. She couldn't have children. So the clone was to give birth. You feel me? And so once that was successfully transactioned, because that's their own body, right? It's being cloned. The clone is then put to death.
So what was the people that was getting cloned? What was they getting out of it? Or was the lottery the people that were... Well,
remember, these people were being treated... Well, they were kind of like being treated with a childlike mentality. Remember, they're being grown, full grown, and they're not given a particular history. They're given a piece of what might be considered a backstory, if you will.
Okay, so the people being cloned are, or the people that's...
Yeah, because they don't know that they are cloned. Now, there's always that element character who became the protagonist, if you will. He didn't realize who he was, but certain talents came out in him. Like he drew this boat or whatever, or he was able to, manipulate the air motorcycle or this fast race car, whatever, because the person he was cloned from was like a Tesla, was like Elon Musk.
Got you.
And he had some terminal disease. Now I don't know if they were actually going to completely do a body overhaul or if they were going to do remember Get Out? The premise of Get Out? They were actually putting their mind.
Right.
They were putting their mind in black bodies.
Yep. Yep. And it reminded me of Us. And Sis Razzle was the one that was put me up on that. I'm like, okay, let me go on and watch it, which it was really good because that's what it was about. It was about swapping out. Literally, that's what it was about. And I'm like, shit, really good movie, y'all. If y'all haven't seen it, check it out. But yeah, that's pretty much what that was about. It was like swapping out.
So what the aliens did in the Twilight Zone episode, which is like in the 60s, that was like in the early mid-60s.
I think
and remember that Conehead type skit from Saturday Night Live? I mean, I believe, if not mistaken, Lurch was one of the aliens, wasn't he, from the Addams Family?
On the Twilight Zone?
Elongated type head? Yeah.
Yeah.
Big kind of elongated head.
Yep, it looked like him.
Yeah. And so once they had negotiated people to get on the ship, like you were saying, with the girl screaming and hollering, no, it's a cookbook. Or with Charlton Heston hollering in Soylent Green, Soylent Green is people!
Yeah, that was a good movie, too. I think that was in the 70s.
But we actually saw it in The Matrix because they liquefied people and fed the babies in Matrix. That's what was actually the machines controlling the farming of human beings.
I didn't know that all this time. I just thought that they were saying they were creating the babies because they was in that tank.
No, they were liquefying dead people and using those nutrients to the fetuses. And if you remember that scene when he was being unplugged, remember that scene when he was being unplugged? They were showing at the farm. Yeah, and they were taking those fetuses out of, they look like pods, and and then they were placing them in that type of a bed with the nutrient bath that Keanu Reeves' Neo's character.
I call it the
amniotic fluid. Right.
Mm-hmm,
right.
Mm-hmm.
But remember, there was a scene where they had that tube in the baby's mouth. That was liquefied people.
Child.
But see, that's the efficiency of a machine mind, if you will. But now, having said that, I guess that's my unofficial movie review. You being Cisco, my being Ebert. But, here's the two stories that I wanted to chop it up with you and the family. Sean and Sandra, if y'all want to put y'all peoples on this. First, the gas line scandal of trying to take us back to stagflation and Jimmy Carter of 1970. And this scandal of the supposed, are we now having Third World War triggered? The global scripture for my good sister from the Bible? Sandra, is that the scam going on and is not real?
They're trying to. Yes, they are trying to do that.
So I was wondering what you all thought about that. Now, the gas situation, this hacking thing, Rhonda, you attacked me. How much do you believe in this ransomware business? And this is conveniently the longest pipeline of 5,500 miles from off my doorstep. I'm in H-Town, all the way to Maine. Now, what's the situation with Keystone Pipeline, which is the opposite direction, going straight from Canada to my neighborhood down in Texas?
Well, they said it has been restored, but they claim it was hacked.
Yeah, that's what they said.
And remember,
they also claim that they retrieved from a secure server in New York a backup. That's what they claim in the news today, if you haven't heard that.
Inside job, cyber attack.
Exactly, because those that are following the podcast series about Gateway to a New Economy, did I not say, and I didn't even say it, I was giving y'all the recap of what Fed Reserve Chairman Powell said. He said that the economy could go back to being, quote, quote, bad because of the threats of a cyber attack. Okay, so this is the second attack within 2 months. Okay, one was a financial institution attack. Now we're talking about key infrastructure, gas.
Yeah, but
okay. Now, do we want to sound conspiracy theory or QAnon for a moment?
No, they told you in the beginning it's going to be
what
shortages.
But what just happened in the last 2 days? Besides this bogus thing about unseating Liz Cheney from a position she had absolutely no authority, it was ceremonial. But anyway, did they not go and meet McConnell and McCarthy? Interesting, those two Irish or Scottish sounding names. McConnell, McCarthy. Went to Irish Joe Biden, the Catholic president. Notice no one mentions that. We had all kind of scandalous shit about JFK being the Catholic-controlled, Pope-authorized head of the government, right? All right. So potentially 3 Catholics. I don't know whether McConnell and McCarthy are, but it's interesting for a moment. They're Irish, and Irish is typically traditionally Catholic, right? All 3 met about an infrastructure bill, right? In the wake of an infrastructure cyber hack. Okay, coincidence, maybe. Then you have the guy, do you remember the guy during the election scandal, the cyber head? I think his name's Chris Krebs, who was talking about this is the most transparent and secure election in American history, and then got fired, through a tweet. Okay, I might add. Now he has his own, solo act, because they all go in the private world, right?
Exactly.
So now he's the resident expert to talk about cyber problems after the fact. So what the horses let out the barn door, right? And I shouldn't mention that the Kentucky Derby winner is a dope addict, right?
Yeah, honey, they had that. I'm like, poor horsey.
Shouldn't mention that with it.
Right, but the horsey, it ain't his fault. It ain't like the horsey said, shoot me up. I'm like, poor horse. But the horse was cleared of all charges.
But the trainer has 5 incidences in a year, but he's not responsible for 5 infractions of doping in less than 13 months. But that's neither here nor there. Again, I'm just saying, back to the cyber hack and what is our situation and the tenuousness of having a completely digital, connected, interconnected system that's crumbling at the same time. Because that's what we're supposed to be believing about passing this 2 or 4, whichever number they float, $1 trillion infrastructure bill, right? So now we have a crisis, don't we? We have a crisis. We have pending gas lines. We have them dragging up Jimmy Carter. Did you see that bizarre-ass photo, speaking of the Carters, where Biden and Jill Biden look like some fucking giants over Rosalynn and Jimmy Carter? Did you see that picture?
I'm going to have to go look it up. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, did you see that, Sean or Sandra?
No, I didn't get it.
They looked like they were children. And Biden and Jill were both on their knees beside the former president and the former first lady.
How old is Carter? He's old as hell now.
He's 90, 96, 97.
Oh, I thought he was older than that.
100.
But I'm just saying, do you get the irony what I'm talking about? Gas lines, the 70s,
I see it.
And the oil embargo. Okay.
Damn. Woo.
Does that look weird or not?
Yeah. Wait a minute, child.
And both Jill and Joe Biden are on one knee next to them in their chair, and they don't look like shrunken beings or what? I mean, which is it? Child, is that some Photoshop?
I'm gonna have to pause this.
Yeah. You know that video of the super soldier said the alien's about 70 feet tall.
No, 70, I'm just pointing these things out as an example.
70, sis.
Go ahead.
70 feet tall, yes. The aliens that.
There it is, y'all. Wait a minute.
And all that kind of stuff, answers and all that. They're 70 feet tall.
But you see the picture, right? You see the picture
child. I'm finna to pull it up. Let me pull it up, child.
Okay, so now is that irony or Back to the Future or flashbacking on bizarre long gas line? Remember they used to have odd and even days when you could actually buy gas and all that. So they're gonna scoop this up to cause another scare tactic. I'm talking about the marketing of fear. The terrorizing of the American populace so that we're it's an urgent situation. Got to get this infrastructure bill passed, right? We got to take care of cybersecurity, right? He went and did an executive order this morning. We got to go and expand and include more people in broadband, right? We got to go and pay people $1 million to get shot or $500 to college kids, et cetera. Right? You heard these different examples of what they're saying. It's necessary to be patriotic. Let me pay you, right? That's what they're saying. Let me pay you to be so to make others safe. Is that the message you're supposed to get? Now, explain to me what you think is not real. And these, what is it, going on 2,000 rockets now, Sean? That's been fired?
In the dome?
And of course, they never give you the body count of Palestinians. They always tell you about 5 Israelis dead and a soldier got his arm broke. All right. Hundreds of Palestinians buried, But we're supposed to be more worried about 5 Ashkenazis.
Right.
Right. And where is Netanyahu? Where is he? Where's Waldo?
Right. I'm silent because I'm still freaking out on this picture.
That is a weird thing.
I got it up now, and I'm like, I'm trying to wrap my mind around this visually.
He was very tall too.
They trying to say it's because of the camera lens that the photographer used that makes the outside edges look bigger and the middle looks pushed back. But still,
Scotty, you telling me they use
why would they? Yeah, right.
Are you telling me they use the fisheye lens? Is that what you said? They use the fisheye lens.
It makes no sense. They literally look like
children. Don't
and why would
they look like children?
They do.
Okay.
They do. They look
That's
like
the one we're going to go with.
Right. They look like they 11 or 12. Because I'm like, this shit looks unnatural.
Both Jill and Joe Biden have one knee down beside their chairs that they're sitting.
Look at the picture in the back. The picture in the back is bigger than they are.
That's to scale, right? So if they use, that's a great catch, Sandra. So if they use that supposed camera trick, why that damn picture so big?
It don't make sense.
I mean,
child.
But again, not just that we're talking about it. I'm saying to you, don't you find it intriguing why they're digging up the Carter administration in the wake of a quick, immediate,
oil thing.
Supposed emergency of gas lines, and in Georgia, the gas stations are closed.
Yeah,
that's what a peanut farmer is in Plains, Georgia.
Yep, that's where he's from.
The peanut farmer's in Plains, Georgia. Now, you know me, I know. But I'm sounding like QAnon now.
Yeah, that's something on that. I'm sorry, go ahead,
back
brother.
to is not real. Back to is not real. What do you think the agenda is on that? You know, because we're just speculating.
I think they just dusted off a script like they normally do, and they trying to run that play. That's all.
Yeah, because they stay in that script. They're trying to make that fake Holy Land happen.
Exactly.
And these times now, you know, we going into, you know, frequency going up, changing dimensions, ages, whatever you want to call it. But, you know, for most of their people who into that doctrine, these the end times. You know,
exactly. They're trying to make their doctrine true.
So,
I agree, Brother Scotty. Because quiet as it kept, nobody is giving a fuck. And a lot of people are falling out of love with religion. So I agree. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Okay, let's take let's stay on that. No, let's stay on that end time narrative. Now, what do you think about the Iron Dome? Now, have you, other than paying attention to, you've never known that we've had this supposedly anti-air defense system that we pay is between $4 and $5 billion a year we underwrite is not real.
That's right.
So what are we seeing in real time with this Iron Dome, supposedly knocking down hundreds of rockets?
Is that fiber lights or what is that? That's the first time is that fiber lights or what are they? Those lights? It looks like they make a basket when they catch it or something.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you is that this Iron Dome thing, take it to the next. Remember Strategic Defense Initiative. Remember that? Since we've been to the Carter administration. Now let's move forward to the Reagan administration. What do we call it? It became part of policy besides a bullshit-ass movie series that you like, Rhonda. Star Wars. That is what we call the Strategic Defense Initiative, correct?
Right.
But we don't have it in the United States. It's is not real.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it because it cost too much. Because didn't that come up under Reagan, if I remember correctly? Wasn't that his shit?
Right, but I'm saying to you, this was supposed to be a satellite system for anti-missile defense.
Yeah, that's right. They launched it.
The form of that has been successfully deployed is supposedly defending them from Gaza, the West Bank, Hamas, is not real. Okay? But we still don't know what we've paid for as our defense system. What about the actual satellite defense system in the world? Now, if you want to talk about another bizarre movie, did you, Scotty Saturn and my good brother son, we geeking out with it. Did you watch G.I. Joe and the Cobra?
Yep.
You remember what they did with that satellite, Sean? What did they do with that satellite? Did they have a fucking titanium steel rod and shit? You remember that? They shot that bitch to the planet and it destroyed London, Rhonda, without nuclear fallout. You remember that scene, Sean?
The guy. The guy they're talking about now, they got.
Yeah, but do we even know
That's what they
that
say.
we have satellite systems like that? Military, super secret, highly classified. You see what I'm saying, Ron? But
I haven't seen
again, this goes all the way back to Strategic Defense Initiative. That's what it was called originally, SDI. It got the nickname of Star Wars because they were trying to say that the comic cowboy, Ronald Reagan, was doing this fantastical shit. But do we not have a Space Force, Sean? How much are we paying for that? What's the line on the budget of Space Force, Brandon?
Secret, I think it is, isn't it?
I don't know. I would have to look it up.
It's an actual military branch from the Trump administration. Now, you know what was created in the Sun administration? Department of Homeland Security, right?
Yep.
Right? Because of the terrorist attack of 9/11, right? And why did we build a Space Force? Because I'm supposed to believe this goofy toupee wearing con man bankrupt businessman said, "Oh, you know what? Let's go get some Star Trek-y type division of the war machine." Because the Space Force falls under the Department of Defense, right? So now what do? We defending against the Galactic Federation, Sean? I thought they were benevolent.
Actually, that's
Who? Go ahead.
That's who we had a meeting with. They said they met with Trump. They said they only met with two presidents. Go buddy back in the day.
They met with Trump and they met with Dwight Eisenhower. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Okay, so excuse me, my sister. Is it Eridu? Where are these mofos coming from? I don't want to get ahead of where your lesson is for this week.
You got it right.
Where are these mofos coming from? And which one of these benevolent mofos are you talking and teaching us with tonight? Because I thought every last one of them had some goddamn ships and some troops and some invading forces.
They did.
Because they got an instruction book on how to serve man, don't they?
Child, that was a hell of a Twilight Zone episode. Y'all check out the old school Twilight Zone. When they do the marathon, I'll be right there for it. They got some good shit on there, but
so how are they serving up the autochthonous, indigenous, aboriginal man? Now you see where I circle with this? How are they serving us up? I'll give you one other thing to consider if you haven't heard. Are you familiar with Derek Bell? Any of you? Have you ever heard? He was a scholarly law professor, I believe, at Howard. Wrote a very interesting book I read years ago, about 20, 25 years ago, Faces at the Bottom of the Well. And one of his short stories was a variation of what we just said. It's like Avatar in reverse. These benevolent aliens, like the ones who came to talk and hand-man the book of how to serve man, they came to the good white supremacist system and said, we'll give you zero energy. We'll clear up all the pollution. We'll even give you the good, nutritious way of growing food and making health, and we will take away cancer. Just some examples of these ones. But you know what you must give us? Your Negroes. Faces at the Bottom of the Well by Derek Bell. If you ever get a chance, it might be out of print, but Google it on Amazon. Very interesting brother. It was the deepest, other than Octavia Butler, as far as kind of like a writing thing in the sci-fi genre. It threw me off. It's also like if you've never read Walter Mosley's Blue Light, another hell of a book from a melanated author.
Yeah, I heard
that talks about how we're cosmologically connected without our awareness. And then these mofos are coming here to serve our black asses up. But I say it every week. I don't give a damn where you're from. Don't care what corner of the galaxy, the universe, or the center of the existence. You ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell up out of here. And I yield.
All right, brother 832. Thank you for calling in and putting something on it and giving us that insight as usual. All right, so peace and love, my son Scotty. How are you?
Peace and love, peace and love. I'm doing good.
Good.
Doing great.
Good. Good to hear your voice.
I was just tripping hearing y'all talking in the beginning about the whole the getting the jab and all that, and I'm like, the marketing campaign behind it alone should be worrisome. Like, I was getting my hair cut and I was like, oh, I got a notification, an email. Let me see. Mm-hmm. It's an email from Uber telling me that I should order my Uber to go to Walgreens to get my shot. And I was like, what the hell?
You was pissed, honey, distracting your little attention over this bull crap.
And I'm like, y'all really that eager? Y'all gonna send me an email? Y'all gonna hook me up with the ride? Y'all gonna tell me where I can go get it? Like,
so they was gonna give you a ride for free.
They was like, it was like a discount. Yeah.
Like I said, that's suspect. If you want to give me something for free, you ain't give a damn if I was getting put in the streets. None of that. You would deny me access to the hospital. Want to check to see if I have insurance. But now you want to give me something for free.
Because they can't make it mandatory.
Yep. And people was saying, remember when this stuff first came out, they were like, oh, they gonna force it. I'm like, they're not gonna force it. You have to consent.
Except for if you're in prison.
And then they talking about, oh, you don't have to wear the mask to social distance or all this type of stuff. And I'm like, yo, they just saying anything at this point. Do you guys not get this? They say anything.
They come up with something new every day. Every day, like,
how they gonna figure that out? If you in a venue and he's like, how you gonna tell who's vaccinated and who's not? Does that mean you gotta have your little card with you that people posting? Oh, I'm double vaxxed on my third shot. And all this. Like, because I sure enough will get the paperwork taped. I will get the paperwork. Like, you want to see some paperwork? Because I'm damn sure not getting it. But I know the people is cooking up them vaccine cards right now.
Because you know the streets. You know the streets always gonna win. Child, they already got fake ones. But they are, I have someone who went to, Brother Sean, what's that thing in Cleveland they do, the draft thingy?
Yeah, the NFL draft.
Okay. I was like, is that basketball or football? The football NFL draft was in Cleveland, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so somebody went and in order for them to
participate,
yep, they had to have that VAC card. I saw, oh, that's how they want to roll. Oh, well, not that I would go to that anyway. I'm not a football person, but I'm like, oh, okay, they finna miss out on a lot of change too. Because people not going to be like, oh, here's my stuff, let me in. No, fuck you. I don't have to go to your stuff to spend my little coins.
You'd be surprised at how many.
But they know it's enough. Yeah, I'll be the same.
Yeah, it's enough that'll do it. Like, they just won't be receiving mine. That's all I'm saying.
And I'm talking about.
You don't even got to give them that much.
White people.
Shit, they have released a new fucking Popeye's chicken sandwich, motherfuckers that get that shot. Be like, free chicken sandwich.
Don't say that too loud. Them bitches gonna have that for next week. Next week, goddammit, they gonna be handing out sandwiches. You show your back card, but you know what? No, they didn't put a shortage on the chickens. The chickens was like, we out of here. But I'm sorry, Brother Sean.
They'll make some fake chickens.
Yeah, that's true.
You know how it go.
Yeah, that's true. Brother Sean, what was you saying about the people that's showing their little stuff in order to get into these events?
Dude, these was white people who were crazy because I'm in the Cleveland Browns group.
I know, because the
was
person that was
talking about,
telling me was a white person, and I'm like, child, I know it wasn't no brothers going for that, but I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, they was trying to beat the deadline, in order to be able to get their second shot. Some of them set up and got the first shot and then said that they wasn't going to be able to get the next shot to afterwards. And now they wish they hadn't took the shot. I'm like, you dumb motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm not the one.
I mean, whether you there or not, they was going to pick who they was going to pick.
Right.
You ain't have to get no vaccine for that.
Right. Right. That's the whole thing. So I don't get it, y'all. I think in Ohio, what are they saying? 35% of the people got it.
Mm-hmm.
But the higher numbers out of that 35% are older people.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, So not only is it the amount of people, they're trying to get a certain number, but I think it's the type of people based on age, range, and I do believe race as well. So
yeah, because like what 832 was talking about with the whole is not real or whatever. Like I feel like that it all go together. They need as many people to pull off their fake rapture as possible. And if you got the people that's really they trying to get something pull something off fake by using real people and you having real casualties. So these people, by they giving their consent to this, they is signing up to be, the victims of this rapture. They gonna need some people to, prove like, oh yeah, God came back, Jesus came back, and these is the people they saved. And unfortunately, these is the ones that they didn't save. And you don't even know that you already signed up to be an actor in that script.
Right, in that script. And I'm gonna be sitting just like this, sipping. I don't give a fuck what come out the sky, who floating to the motherfucking sky, none of that. I'm gonna be just like this.
But as you see, though, they've brought it all the way back around to the non-terrestrial beings. I mean, depending upon whose religious perspective you're following, their chosen prophet is supposed to be stepping off a mother wheel or some type of ship. And the Jeebus, they supposed to be waiting on to come back. He said when he came back, he coming back with a sword. So I don't know what peace and everything they're expecting or waiting on when they Jeebus come back.
Must have been the wrong age. I thought we were supposed to be in the age of enlightenment.
No, but the thing is, we found out Jeebus is really who and Leo.
Yeah.
It's that whole bloodline, and even from the Galactic Federation's version of it, he was following Lyrian teachings.
Yep.
Getting people fucked up. Getting people fucked up just like the Lyrians did.
Right. And they wiped them on out, walked all over them, wiped them on out.
Oh my God. Okay. So Clarence in the chat, he said they said something about owning your body when you get it. And that just made me think of something.
Yeah,
when you guys are talking about that Twilight episode, and also that Star Trek episode where you are the food. You are feeding their consciousness. You're feeding their matrix, their grid, or whatever. And so it makes me think of this episode of Stargate SG-1 where they went to this planet and these bugs was flying around and it bit one of the people, and they went back and they found out that the bug's DNA was changing. It was changing the person's DNA that it bit, and it was changing it into into food. Like, so basically it changed you into the same DNA as the thing, and then you become the host. As the host that took the bite or got the jab or whatever, you become food for the thing that's growing in you. And so once you die, it like eats you and then turns into, you know, a million other bugs.
But isn't what they've been doing when they terraform the planet? Because based on where we left off last week in the Terra Papers, when they talked about them tapping into Mother Earth's existing ley lines / grid lines and programming it, because that's exactly what they did. Isn't that what they were doing? They were feeding. So now that she is breaking the connection, and I believe she sent out a virus that's overriding all of their programming. Oh, well, let's program these people. Let's reprogram them to keep feeding.
See, that's what I'm saying is if you get that thing, it's like, if you get that, you is actually becoming food. You making yourself food for them.
I really believe that that's what it is. I think it's a energetic, because everything is about energy.
Yeah.
But yeah,
they gotta
think
keep
it's
you at that level.
And I think
they gotta keep you at that frequency.
Exactly.
And when you at that frequency, that's when you was the best to eat.
Exactly. to feed off of. And I think the next level that they're showing you, that's what this whole AI and consciousness stuff is about. I mean, we've talked about this before, you know, Musk and the Neuralink and the transferring of consciousness, because they are going to create an artificial simulation. So your consciousness thinks that, you know, you're in the physical, you're kicking and living and breathing when you're further from the truth. That's just your motherfucking consciousness. And the organic physical you is gone.
This is.
Uh-huh.
The Galactic Federation even warned about that Neuralink. They said that, they even said that these people are trying to play out the scriptures.
Makes sense.
I'm just saying the fact that non-terrestrials are saying it. To me, with them all of a sudden telling on each other.
Right, snitching.
To me, it sounds like everybody on the down low trying to cut a motherfucking
To
deal
me, that's what
us
it sounds like.
without telling us the truth.
Holding lotteries and shit to get motherfuckers to take stuff. Baby, like I said, I'm sipping, having a good old time watching the show. Absolutely. I see scrambling personally. That's what I see.
Yeah, all over the place. And the main thing is to stop us from rising in frequency.
Which it cannot be stopped.
But the thing is, what people have to wonder about, if these beings got all this technology and they can do all this and that, if they're really here to help us, why interfere in a natural process and then offer your help only to keep us suppressed?
Right.
Now, they say that the Annunaki and them are 4th and 5th density beings. And they keep talking to us about the 4th and 5th dimension.
Mm-hmm.
But they've gone and fucked up 9th, 10th, and 11th density beings.
Right.
So why would we want to be in any of those densities where they've been warned and still warned to this day?
Exactly. And why would you even want to be in the fifth with they stinking asses? That's why I kept telling y'all, no, it's beyond the fifth. It's beyond the fifth dimension. Because it's an energy. And some people think, you know, the skies are going to part. And we're going to see this and that. And I don't know if that's to be true. But at a minimum, I do know that the natural vibration is rising. That we do know. But yeah, it's a wrap. I don't even think at this point that they're trying to stop anything. I think that ship per se has already sailed. They know it. They know it's over. So it's about getting people, as many people as they can, to consent to keep feeding on from an energy perspective. So as this matrix continue to break down, you're going to see people from their individual mentality, you're going to see them break down as well. So you're going to keep hearing about this crazy stuff. And a lot of it, of course, they're doing psyopses to try to keep folks' consciousness at that level. But a lot of it also is just individuals, they can't really hold the frequency and vibration. They can't hold the new frequency and vibration.
Exactly.
And you're going to see a lot of desperate people clinging, trying to, you know, form new things, which is really the same old shit remixed. Because now it's showtime. You got to really do it on your own from an energy perspective. And most can't do it. They're not at that point yet. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
But it's a matter of people manifesting their own reality, and that's what people are getting. I mean, a lot of us, had we not saw this stuff on TV or saw it on the internet, we wouldn't even know that shit was going on.
Yep.
That shit is not going on everywhere. Part of the fear with the mask and all that bullshit. But I mean, as far as for the riots, Antifa, BLM, the Patriots, all that bullshit that's going on, it's really not our reality. If you're not in the middle of that shit, if you're not taking your ass to go down there to some goddamn protest or something, it's not your reality. But the media, and they'll make you think it is. They pull you in, get you to give your energy to that. When everyone is creating the reality that they want. Those areas didn't just happen by coincidence. Those areas have always been downtrodden and fucked all up. Spiritually, energy-wise, everything. And those are some of the areas where they're taking the most children and everything from. So while people out there acting fools, burning down their own city, this, that, or the other, children coming up missing and people ain't saying shit about it.
Because that's never their focus.
But we want to come together as a people, right? Turn the other cheek. Forgive and forget. We're all one. It's divine love. It's just a game, they say. A game to who?
You know, the Book of Revelations talks about the angels releasing all these judgment vows on the people that won't repent and all this kind of stuff. And they release plagues and the violence, people hating each other and killing each other, and you gotta be repenting and all that kind of stuff. But they didn't say if those angels were good or bad in the script. So these entities, and back to, I think Sean, you asked about that, or Brother 832, these entities who are trying to reenact Revelation, I think they wrote the darn thing.
Oh,
Because
that's obvious. That's obvious they did, sis, because if we line up the Bible with all of these other ancient texts, it's the same thing.
yeah, because they're trying to blow up mankind. The devil is here, and they are here. They've been here since 450,000 years. He running back and forth, seeking who he devour. He trying to get you to get the jab or the hoochie coochie, and he wants to seduce you and entice you. But they act like this is all new, but they've been doing this stuff for a long time, because these people are the ones who wrote that book.
Right.
It's like
the jab is a distraction. I don't even see why people keep focusing on that.
Yeah.
That's a distraction.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because it's nothing that's mandatory. I can see people worrying about it if they was going door to door, forcing it on people, this, that, or the other. But obviously, there's a bigger picture.
Right.
Well, that.
And if,
Excuse me. The brainwashing of the media is the people. I saw one of the elite was speaking, and I think it's previously he wrote this, that they're focusing on the gullible, the ones that not paying attention to what's going on around them, and the ignorant people who want to run to somebody to save them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's their target in this whole game. It is a game, and people have to be mindful of the fact they're being played, because these entities that have been on this planet have been here for so long, and our people in the higher upper level have been catering to them to feed their people to them.
what do you mean their people?
Yeah.
You keep forgetting they're their hybrid children, and y'all keep lumping yourselves in with these motherfuckers like we the same goddamn people.
No, we're not.
They're doing what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
We're not doing what we're supposed to do. That's the issue that we should be addressing. It is what we're supposed to be doing. What they doing now and the shit that we're saying they're doing. People probably had this same goddamn conversation over 300, 400,000 years ago.
They go write the book.
The thing is, what are we going to do? Because either you're going to go along with it or you're not.
Exactly. Yep.
But you have to put in the work. I mean, it's like if people are coming here for me and Rhonda to get them all the answers to everything, you might as well go back to church.
Absolutely.
To the mosque or wherever you originally came from.
Agreed. So agreed.
You're supposed to be doing internal work for yourself.
Yep. I'll be right back, y'all.
All this stuff that we're talking about is just laying out all the information of what has happened. Now, what are you going to do with the information? How does it apply to you? How do you make it work for you? Knowing who the true enemy is, knowing what they didn't put out there, knowing that it's the same system, time and time again. We go through all these different eras where the same shit was applied. Same shit. Same end results. We're living through it. Yet, we do nothing. Just like the ancestors didn't do nothing. And the ancestors before them. Now, I don't know what time people keep trying to look back at quote unquote greatness for us. If we've been colonized for 450,000 years, when are we actually going to get tired of the bullshit and put all this shit to an end? Whenever we give them credit for something, we giving away our energy. Whenever we think that they're more powerful than us, we're giving away our energy. Anytime we play off into their narrative, we're giving away our energy. Whenever we sit up and debate with each other over inconsequential bullshit, we're giving away our energy.
Right.
We just have to stop that, period. Our focus has to be what we're creating. All this shit is just a reminder of who done did what, who to look out for.
Yep.
Now it's what do we do? We know all of this shit. We done been over it. We breaking it down every time we come across something and break it down again. We find out it's the same goddamn story.
Over and over and over again.
So that's why the rabbit hole is so fucking deep. It don't matter which era you go to, it's the same story, but it takes you to go through all these names and etymology and figuring out who the energy is, just to find out it's the same motherfucker.
Right.
I mean, once we knew that it was the same motherfucker the last 2-3 times, why we got to keep going back a billion years when it's the same shit?
Right.
Let's put all this bullshit to an end, fam.
Right.
We're the only ones with the power to do it. Anything they come do, they doing it for a reason. They want something out of it.
Right.
And the main thing they want is to still be here. They still want mama. Just like they feeding off of us, they feeding off of her.
Mm-hmm.
And she's a more sustainable energy source, but she's out of their reach right about now.
Right.
But guess who? But guess who ain't? All the believers, all the politicians or wannabe politicians, all the paperwork pushers, this, that, or the other. Because I don't care how tough people try and act. You doing that out of fear. You cutting a deal. That's what all paperwork is.
Yep.
You accepting the deal. Just like with, let's say, patents. Remember how it said that they had to give up 1/3 of the minerals or whatever that was there to the government?
Mm-hmm.
He was cutting a deal. I mean, the charters pretty much laid all that out anyway.
Exactly.
Saying you could, if we gonna give you so much land, you come, you work it, you shoot us our shit, and we good. But the minute you fall off, we gotta take this shit back. Put somebody else on here who's gonna pay up.
Yep.
Every time somebody die, if it don't stay within the family, if family members ain't there to still be on it, Another family claim it. They buy it. Have a few generations there. And as far as they know, that's the land they've always known. This always
Right.
been my people's land.
Right.
But
Right.
it's still going to boil down to don't nobody own Mama.
Exactly.
Her frequency too high. And y'all that think that y'all do own her, I don't even think that you're on her anymore, let alone own her. I digress.
Wow. All right, Brother Sean. Thank you for that. That's real game. That's real game. All right, family. So we're going to get into the Terra Papers. Child, let me try to pull this up. I had something else, y'all, and I done forgot it. But I think I got the important stuff out. So it doesn't matter. Okay, so let me do this. And let's do this. And let's do this. Okay. All right, so this is Terra Papers. Thanks, Sis Trusty. She's in the house tonight. Thank you, sis, for sending us this. Okay, so we on page 31, y'all. That's where we left off. Okay, so if you're just joining us, this particular book, it's out of print now. I've been looking for it for years. I've never owned the actual book. Never could find it. Lost my other little document that I had a couple years ago. So sis came on through with this one, and I'm so glad. But this is about the Galactic War story that you hear about folks talking about. So all of them doggone alien stories and talking about Tiamat and all of that. This is one of the sources. This is one of the backdrops to that. So telling you what went on in other dimensions and how their Galactic War wind up injuring Momma Terra, now known as Mama Earth, severely. Okay. And so in this document, I'm so glad this book, rather, we were able to get our hands back on it because it's going into detail the whole Annunaki power structure, who is whom, and where we left off last week was it was the aftermath of the Galactic War. Now, they claim in the Galactic War that Mama Earth got injured in a drive-by. That's what they claim. I say she got jumped. Okay? But either way, we left off with, wasn't Inky the one repairing Mama Earth? Tapping into the ley lines to basically reprogram her. Okay? So, let me see where, I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
No, I said he was doing the genetics too. Was doing.
Yeah, because now they bring the sister on the scene, who really the sister was the true geneticist in the story. But you know how that go. Okay, so let me see. I can get us to a place where, oh, yeah, that is weird, sis, how I put 31 in there. That's probably what happened to you. And it don't go to that page. I don't know what it be going to, but okay. All right, so that's they asses. Anu the daddy, Enlil the son, Inky the son, which is a title. His real name is EA. So when you hear us say Inky Binky, we really talking about these two. That's just the inside joke with the show. When we say Inky Binky them, that's who we talking about. So here's the sister, Ninhursag. Now she's called something different in other texts, but her name does start with the N in those other texts. And you see her with her little braids.
Of that, one of the patriots said he went to a meeting and there was an Annunaki in that meeting. It was a female. She had a high forehead and all that kind of stuff, like the Akhenaten. Akhenaten had, you know,
Uh-huh.
she had Asian eyes. Asian. He said she was rather attractive, and he was kind of surprised to walk
How he
into
know
it.
she was an Anunnaki?
I
She
guess
told him.
I think no, there was a meeting. It was a meeting. She was there, so they. I guess they introduced him to her. I'm not sure.
Interesting.
A lot of them high-level patriots that got access to that stuff were ex-CIA and stuff like
That
that.
makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
I said,
Right.
and he's a high level patriot. I think he has lots of people listening to him and stuff.
Well, most of those patriots are. Do you think they got that big out of just the hardness of their work?
No,
They were put on.
they were set up to talk to people.
Yeah, they were definitely put on. All right, so I'm gonna back up just a little bit. Prince EA, still inky, was shattered and angry, all of his efforts and successes. And where we left off was shit starting in Leo, was throwing pissy fits because he wanted a different title, this, that, and the third. And a daddy Anu acted like he didn't know how to keep his son in order, this, that, and the third. So just to give you a little bit more background and to refresh folks' memory. Prince EA, still inky, was shattered and angry. All of his efforts and successes had been ignored. His place in the faraway empire stripped away. In anger, the Prince of Life left Eridu, moving to a distant region in order to build yet another agricultural biological center. Here, too, he would develop a gold mining operation, but here he would focus on his passion, the engineering of life. Joined by his sister, Princess Ninhursag, also I'm going to say, I'll just say what they say, Genesis scientists, both began a renewed effort in the creation of life forms for the planet of Eridu. Okay, so we talked about this last week. I told y'all what they are describing is another creation. Okay, so that Bible creation is not the first creation. That's one of many. That's why that Bible can give you a $6,000 year time frame. Ninhursag on the planet Eridu. And in this effort, Princess Ninhursag would be the creator of a hybrid creature that would forever change the destiny of Eridu and its Asar masters. In the meantime, Prince Enlil would use his own skills to streamline the operation, increasing production, calling for additional cargo flights, and demanding increased laborers from the Annunaki. Prince Enlil produced greater quantities of ore for less cost and in shorter time. This pleased the great king Anu greatly. See, it's always about commerce with them, and they always got to use folks' natural minerals and energy for their purposes. Because, now this is just me. These folks aren't creators. They don't create organically. They can only create from a silicone perspective.
They're manipulators.
So meaning they have to take something organic, so meaning minerals, etc., to create.
Yeah, but they go on about these folks like Like they just created something out of nothing. Like it was just vast darkness, and they said poof.
Right. Well, because that's what they Bible tell them. But that ain't what they telling us.
Yeah, and considering some of these books were attached to the quote unquote Bible, it gave a whole different story.
Right.
Somebody altered the narrative. Obviously, those who benefit from being the quote unquote gods
exactly.
of the script and the bloodline that's supposed to inherit everything.
Exactly.
And people don't care if it's through conquest. They still try and tie themselves to it.
And I have never understood that. You know, once you start waking up and you start looking at all of that, you're like, wait a minute. That's fucked up. Their God told them to go over there and take them people's shit. That's not right.
We couldn't beat these people that had us enslaved.
Right.
So God sent us all the way across the goddamn world, killing and plummeting along the way.
Right.
To a land that he had mapped out for us millions of years ago.
Right.
But we got to go through all this shit to get over there, kill all these people, convert them, fuck up the world, fuck up the planet. And that's the legacy that people want.
Attached to their bloodline. And let's say, even if that is your bloodline, wouldn't you be wanting to try to correct that shit?
It would seem, I know I'd be apologizing like a motherfucker.
Like a motherfucker on a daily, regular basis. I would be humble, all of that.
Whew. They're going to have to come up with a new word for humble the way I'd be.
Right. It just, but you know what? That's why, you know, when we were talking about people being individuals, they had to put out such a powerful spell to strip away folks' individuality and get you in the mindset of the hive mentality. So follow the hive, because when you follow the hive, you're following their script.
Mm-hmm.
So you're giving your consent. So yeah, it's a hell of a spell that was played out. And I believe that, you know, shout out to the mud flood community again. That's why they kept resetting. Because the motherfucking spell was wearing off. And people was like, wait a minute, fuck that. No, this ain't right. Or this shit seems familiar. I ain't trying to go back and forth. And they kept resetting. But now, because of the total galactic shift and the way the energy is lining up, they thought they would be able to reset. But whatever threshold they needed to do it, it's gone.
Mm-hmm. But people fear one world government.
That shit been done happened.
But these same people, though, want a one world religion.
Yeah, that's a good point.
People that's of a certain religion figure everybody else should be that religion and the world would be a better place.
Right.
So that's basically saying that you want everybody to be of the same hive mind. That
exactly.
You want everybody to think exactly.
Absolutely.
And do exactly the the same thing.
Yep.
When this creation here was never about everything being the same. It wouldn't be so much a diversified life.
That's true.
If it was about everything being the same. So, I mean, this was natural.
Yep.
These different creations are natural.
Yeah. Ooh, I pulled that map. Hold on a second, y'all. Let me, dang, wait a second. I did pull that map for you all. Where's it at? Hold on a second, y'all. Let me pull that map. I'm still missing one of the maps that showed all of those creations. Because y'all knew the name, Brother Sean and Sis Sandra. Y'all knew the name. And Brother Scotty of the half horse, half man. Bulls.
Centaur.
Yeah, all of that shit. Y'all knew the people. So the name, they little names. So there is still a map out there that shows those particular creations, animals, whatever the case may be. In Africa, child, I can't find that. But who I do know who has it is, because I saw it from a white guy first. I saw him break down first about who was really over in Africa. And then I saw it from our guy, Medicine Man. And what did Medicine Man do? He said, damn, what was that Medicine Man's video? I think it was Creatures from Africa, something like that. But Medicine Man showed all of those maps that shows you all what shook down. Huh?
Oh no, I just remember one of his series is called Claim of Thrones, and he do show those maps where it's like in North Africa.
He must have did it too, twice. Yeah. Yep. And I was like, whoa. But the one I want to show you, I've shown it before, but just to refresh your memory, because Sis Sandra, you talk about it all the time too. Now I'm gonna be pissed if I can't find this. This is being purposely done if I can't find it.
The Mercator you talking about?
Huh?
You talking about the map?
Yeah.
Or
that
the
map
Mercator?
of oh, there it is, y'all.
Mercator.
Yeah, the Mercator map. Oh, this looks horrible. Oh, yeah, this looks horrible. Y'all not gonna be able to see this. Oh, well, at least it do kind of show us. So wait a minute, child. Damn it, I thought I had a better copy of it. Let me keep looking. I don't think I do. Oh, I got two. All right, I got two. So let's see. Hold on, bear with me. Let me see if the other one has those creatures. All right, I'll show this one first, and then I'll show the other one that's not as visual.
It's still down there too, that's all.
Okay, so let me bring this back up.
There it is.
Uh-huh.
And okay, let's take it back to the time of the quote-unquote American Indians. The tribes dressed differently. Even people within the tribe dress differently. Certain bloodlines are associated with certain styles, certain colors.
Right. True.
You know, each woman that made clothing for her family, everybody didn't make their clothing the same.
True.
True. They had individuality. And then you have to think about the fact that there was houses, buildings, corporations, technology during that time. So all this shit that they showing people about just riding around on horseback and this, that, or the other. All that's part of the bullshit too.
Right. Agreed.
Because as you mentioned, the mud flood, a lot of those pictures where they're showing buildings and this, that, or the other was before these places were incorporated and they had officially took over.
Yep. So right there, we know something happened, and that something to me was a reset.
Mm-hmm.
They said when they came here, Atlantis fell. That was the time it fell. So
this could be, sis. Yes, they do say that. So this particular map, now ideally, y'all that those of you that rock with our one guy Vibes of Cosmos, who does the thing about the moon, the mapping of the moon being a reflection of the earth. If you're not hip to him, I highly encourage you check out a few of his videos. Rather, you're gonna have to watch it a couple times to get your little mind together. So I so happened to catch him live one day. I said, "How did you map out the moon? Where did you get that from?" And he told me this particular map. I was like, oh, I just so happened. He named the map and I knew it. I'm like, oh, I know that map. So yeah, this is where supposedly he got that mapping stuff from. So the people over here, is my cursor showing up? Nah. Okay, the people on you all's right side, those people, let me blow it up a little bit more. Those are different creations. And they're underground. Okay. So that's one of the maps. So right there, you know, some type of genetic experimentation was going on.
In Africa, as they call it today.
Exactly. So let me go to the next one. Okay, that's that one. This is the one y'all can't see real well. I'm sorry.
And this is another person I saw with this map. And that's how I ended up on this listening to this show way back in the day, is Lex Will. And how it's showing it's actually different creations of the so-called white people. They're not all from the Caucasus. Some is from North Africa. That's where they was created there. They wasn't up in the Caucasus with those. That's a different creation.
Absolutely. And the map that I can't find, I'll keep looking for it, y'all. It showed white people in Africa, in North Africa, all over Africa, period. Because matter of fact, Africa wasn't called Africa. Really, it was only that North Africa, which was really one little state. But yeah, that map showed white folks in North Africa. It showed them all over Africa, or what they're calling the continent of Africa now. It showed them as ruling kingdoms. So the map that I can't find, which I had that on there, but this particular map, that map also showed the white people ruling kingdom. It showed melanated people ruling kingdoms, and it showed the melanated people and some of the white people fighting these different, like, funny looking creations.
That German tapestry.
Yep, the Cyclops, the giants, the horse people. So I don't know if y'all can see this in the middle of this. This is a really bad copy, but it's showing that look like a fish being. Okay, but I'm gonna work on still trying to find that other map, because it showed the different white kingdoms, the melanated kingdoms, and it showed different species all throughout Africa. And it showed
Yeah.
some of them kings warring with those different species as well.
Yeah, because there's also a German tapestry that shows like the melanated kings in the castle kingdom and nobility in the castle. And then you see like these, they call it the wild men or something like that. And it's like these big hairy beasts, you know, like
Yep.
the Yeti or like the wild
Mhm.
men or
Yep.
specific word for them. Like big, and they don't have no shoes on, and they like huge, and they got just sticks. They don't have weapons and stuff, but
Yep.
they're so big and monstrous that, you know, it's like, this is like what was really going on. It wasn't like, oh, this is a depiction of like some like fantastical thing. It's like, no, these wild beasts was like running up on these people, and like, and then it lets you know, like, also it was like a lot of sex going on with those things. Like, it wasn't just, oh, the aliens, the Annunaki or whatever came down and they was splicing. No, it was, you got to have sexual like selection in order to get all that type of stuff. So at some point you got to fuck those things to get those hybrid.
Whew, the saying that folks will fuck anything, I guess that's where it came from, huh? Wow, I did not know that. Okay. All right, so let me go back to the document. So I'll try to find that other map, y'all. But I know Medicine Man for a fact. He showed it a few little times. All right, so let's go back to this. All right, so cost King Anu greatly. But the demand for higher production stressed the worker Annunaki to the breaking point, fueled by the isolation and distance from loved ones. The anger of the Annunaki became a work stoppage, a strike. When threatened with punishment, a group of Annunaki attacked the place of Enlil itself. His life-threatened Prince Enlil immediately called on Anu to descend to the faraway kingdom. Yeah, I remember this, so I'm not going to read through all of this word for word. So basically, the Annunaki workers wanted Enlil's motherfucking ass out because they didn't want to be bothered. He was working them literally to death. All right, I'm trying to get to the point. Yeah. And then he held a hearing. And like I said, Anu didn't even have control over his motherfucking children. But folks want to turn around and worship. Child, I can't. Anyway. Okay. All right. So Enki, who is EA, seeing his opportunity, Prince EA stepped forward with Princess, his sister, Ninhursag at his side. The prince proposed to his father and the assembly a simple solution. Within the life centers, he and the princess had engineered many hybrids for use in labor in the fields. So this little part made me remember that map, y'all, with all them different funny looking beings or whatever. By utilizing genetic substances from the Asar people themselves and the genetic material of the Eridu beast, hybrid creatures of half Asar blood were created. The creatures retained their natural strength, but also gained sufficient intelligence to understand commands. Well, damn, if they maintain their natural strength, that's why on that one map, shit, they was struggling trying to kill their motherfucking asses. Dang.
Mm-hmm.
Whew, honey.
Yeah, because that's what I was saying. Even though the people had like weapons and they were able to, they had whatever they had during that time, iron, steel, whatever, and then they were still being overwhelmed by these beasts that just had sticks and stuff. But it was because they had that monstrous strength.
Damn. The earlier success of H-N, y'all see that? Lizard hybrid workers in the underground mines proved the worth of such an experiment. So y'all can't see me, but I'm sipping my water. Now, who they calling the lizards nowadays? That's what I thought. Ciao. All right. Other fabricated beasts successful in specialized tasks only. Oh, this is what y'all was talking about these. Yeah. The setter, a half horse, half a SAR hybrid capable of carrying burdens long distances, and the powerful mentor, a half bull, half a Sarbian with the capability of phenomenal feats of strength. The success of the hybrids had encouraged Prince EA and the Princess Ninhursag to attempt yet another untried combination, one which would resolve the difficulty at hand. King Anu set forward in his throne. The possibility of a hybrid beast as a solution to his problems was intriguing. Prince EA, seeing the interest of the king, turned to an awaiting Princess Ninhursag. He motioned to her. She made a gesture into the hallway. The show was about to begin. All right, y'all, that's really where we left off. Baby. All right, y'all, wait, I'm trying to get this other computer back up, or unslept, rather. To the surprise of everyone gathered, a huge, hairy black beast came forward. It was the Appa, a beast of the jungle renowned for its strength and ferocity. Cries of protest and fear went up from the assembly. The beast was unchained, but before anyone could move, Princess Ninhursag gave the beast a command, which the beast calmly and obediently followed. And in the next few moments, while everyone watched, the beast obeyed every command of the Lady Genesis scientist. So, don't that sound like a Neanderthal?
Or Bigfoot.
Yeah, it could be. Bigfoot. What's Bigfoot's race name?
All of them little cross things, simian.
Okay.
It's called like simian, like when they cross like primate, like beasts like that with so-called humans or something like that, like Harry and the Henderson, Yeti, the abominable
Yeti. I thought it was Yeti, but it's not Yeti. Okay. I didn't know that. I thought that was their breed's name, Yeti. Okay.
Sasquatch, yeah, Dory. Yup, Sasquatch. That's another one.
Okay. But they're, what you all are saying, they're separate from the Neanderthal.
Yeah, because the Neanderthal is giving you like more like on the human side. Like these beasts is like fully haired and like really tall and big, and like more on the beast, like Chewbacca. Chewbacca from Star Wars.
Yeah. Okay, Chewbacca's people. Damn, don't they tell everything in Star Wars? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I got it now. Chewbacca's people. All right, so when the demonstration was complete, the prince explained his idea to the king. The creature, a beast of great strength and limited intelligence, could be genetically altered to become a laborer in the mines, taking the hardship away from the Annunaki and freeing them for the more important task of construction. The great Anu was impressed. Indeed, the hybrid proposed seemed to be the solution. The murmurs of the Annunaki seemed to be approving. EA felt. Who are the murmurs? All right. I'm just saying. He smiled. Sure, he had succeeded in removing his barrier from Eridu. I guess that's what they wrote in there. It must have got cut off some type of way. King Anu stood up. Prince EA, which is Inky, expected good news. Eridu would be his now. And Leo would soon be gone. His shit starting ass. Not that I'm rooting for any of their asses, but the dominion of the solar system will finally be rightfully his. And it's just interesting to me that they're fighting over some shit that ain't even theirs. Sound familiar to me.
Mm-hmm. But you know what sticks out to me?
Mm-hmm.
The fact that they were scared of it until she showed that it was docile. Now, these tasks were too physically strenuous and daunting for them.
Mm-hmm.
That might explain why they have to control our minds and don't want us to come back into our full potential, because it ain't shit they can do with it.
I agree.
Physically, mentally, spiritually.
Yep.
Might explain why
Absolutely.
they was getting their asses kicked
On a regular. Exactly.
by the draconians now. They just had more advanced technology than we did.
And some type of way, I believe we had to have lost that connection to do things more from a metaphysic perspective, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. It's the fact that somebody could have dealt with them, like we said. Back in the day, some of the sisters had to turn.
They
we had
sold
the
out.
sisters going against Mama.
Right. The first mammies and pick-me bitches. Right.
And like Scotty said, somebody slept with them motherfuckers.
Right. Right. Same hoes giving it up today. Behind closed doors. Anyway. Okay. All right. So let's see in Leo's shit starting as. Okay. In Leo, the king made his pronouncement. Prince EA would begin the immediate genetic changes needed to alter the beast. All Annunaki laborers would return to their operations until the new creatures was ready for work in the fields. And I just love how a news ass motherfucker, EA ain't create that shit. Why ain't you thank your daughter? Fuck, nigga. Why didn't you thank your daughter? Because she was the one that created it and went in the lab, worked the shit up, this, that, and the third. Funk asses. That's why I can't stand you motherfuckers. You really have no use for women but to breed. Funky asses. Anyhow, let me keep going. But to the horror of Prince EA, the king ended his words with an announcement that cut like a knife into his being. Enlil would remain in charge of Eridu. The beast of Prince EA would alleviate the situation and allow Enlil to stay. Such were the words of the king, so it would be. So you stabbed your daughter all up in the back. You stabbed EA in the motherfucking back. Picking favoritisms over your shit-starting ass son. And these the people that folks are worshiping as gods? And you want to come to my shit and windmill for your motherfucking sky daddy? Oh, is that why you piss poor parents and are shit starters and backstabbers and pick me bitches? Ooh, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that makes sense. It's your bloodline. Prince EA was shattered. He had once again been denied the throne of Eridu. Enlil, his lifelong adversary, was a victor once again. Storming from the palace, Prince EA vowed he would never again enter the Eridu palace until the throne was his. Though he had been the firstborn son of King Anu, oh damn, I didn't even know he was the firstborn. He would never ascend to the throne of Asar because Prince Anil, the younger son, was born to King Anu. Oh, I knew it was some fuckery in the mix. I had forgot about this, y'all. Child, let me sip my water.
On that Viper TV, they went All of it.
That instant there.
They went over all this on Viper TV. Broke it down about the relationships and when it's okay to sleep with a relative, and if it's a half sister, then you could have her, and all that shit. They went through all that on that Viper TV.
Oh my God. Was born to King Anu by his half sister. Requirement in the Asar rules of succession. So now do y'all understand when they talk about how back up in the day the royals would sleep within the family? I'm sipping my water.
Mm-hmm.
Although it was making their ass retarded and shit, they was still doing it. Yeah. Shit is just
so nasty. They just following what the family do. Exactly.
Which would make sense why some have no problem with messing with children. I don't want to say that word. Now that's just my personal opinion. And why that shit
laws and
exactly
dictate to them that this is the way and there's nothing wrong with it. So it is what it is. Like
exactly. And why that happens still in some families. Oh, child.
Yeah, because these people stick to their rituals, and
absolutely.
Throughout time they learn that they can't be so public with it. They gotta present one religion to the public, but they doing this other stuff behind closed doors because
exactly.
They know that's the only way they can get some type of energy. Then, like you said, they're not creators.
Right.
They have a source. They can't do sorcery. They can't do magic. They don't have nothing to pull from. So they have to do these things that generate a type of energy, but it's in a very, depraved type of way.
Exactly.
And they just learn how to do that over generations, centuries, epochs.
Yeah. Motherfucking nasty asses. So what you say, sis Flame, Hussein married his first cousin? Child, that shit just nasty. Now we know where it comes from. But, shit, I just can't. I can't with people.
That's what they call keeping their bloodline pure.
But they be looking fucked up. That's why they toe up from the flow up around the corner up. It's like, God damn, you ugly. So now it makes sense. I mean, I just can't with them. Okay.
And it makes sense for their doctrine and all of they whatever, they got to do and stuff, but it don't really make sense for their survival. Cause
it doesn't. Cause it weakens their gene.
Mixing with other hybrids, you're not going to get real growth. They're going to start getting
It'll never be the original. It'll never be it will never be as strong as the original. And that hybrid has a lifespan on it. But the original can keep procreating, and its babies can keep procreating. Now, we're talking in the plant life. We just giving y'all the plant life version. Okay? All right. So that's why y'all got to be, it's important who you are mixing your bloodline with. And I think we talked about this before, and somebody in the chat, can't remember where I was, but we was chopping it up about back in the day. I remember my parents telling me that before you got married back in the day, you had to take a blood test.
Mm-hmm. Make sure you wasn't related.
Sure the fuck did. You had to take a blood test. You had to have your motherfucking proof. Now anybody can walk up to the courthouse steps.
Yeah, people getting married to animals.
And I'm like, y'all wonder why y'all shit all messed up. Y'all don't know who y'all marrying. Y'all don't take the time. And shit, just fuck marriage. Take marriage off the table. Y'all don't even know who you procreating with. So, all right.
And that's why they stay trying to mix it, even though they want to, you know, stay on that script and that doctrine of like marrying in and keeping it in the family and the bloodline and all that type of stuff. They do recognize that they need our outside blood for them to keep going. They need to mix in at some point. They need us for their rituals. They need us for their energy and whatnot. And it's like, I forgot what I was about to say.
That's Sorry. Okay. But I'm glad you said that because you brought up something else. And the sisters I've been having this conversation with, y'all know who y'all are. We've been having this conversation for years. We can kind of sit back now that we see what we see, and we can peep game on all of these dudes, and not all of them, because, you know, just because someone believes in something, that doesn't mean they have ill intentions. But the ones that do have ill intentions, we've peeped them motherfuckers out. These brothers running around here promoting this polygamy. What they broke dusty asses. I haven't seen one that's able to sustain themselves. They current baby mamas plural, let alone a harem. But okay, dude, what the fuck ever. We started to peep game that these motherfuckers trying to mix bloodlines. That's what really started to wake us the fuck up. I mean, real quick. We're like, wait a minute. These motherfuckers keep wanting to have babies by woman after woman after woman. It's deeper than that. This is a bloodline thing. And they want to tether themselves to the particular indigenous woman to have a hold, not only on the land, fuckers, but we got you. We know what it is now. But also, it's a spiritual hold. Because now you're like in that soul family with that fuck nigga. We started peeping game. And we started seeing in the conscious community these women that kept falling in that category of being pick-me's. And I'm like, damn, they don't realize how deep this really is. I mean, that's on them. That's their plight to go on and repeat a cycle with that fuck nigga gone. You know, that's on y'all. But I'm saying all that to say, that's how deep this whole thing is. So let's just use the Americas as an example. We went from a couple of generations where you had to produce who your people are, whoever you fencing to get married to people are. Okay, yeah, no, y'all not gonna produce no special need children. You cool. To now, not only do you not need that, but it's more people having children without being married than are getting married. And ain't no vetting going on either side of the spectrum. And people are wondering why are we having all of these problems? You could say it's a marriage thing. Okay, I'll give you that. All right. But it's really deeper than that. Because folks running around procreating with people that you really don't know who the fuck this person is. You don't know nothing about they people. Hell, you haven't even known them long enough to know if you even like that fuck nigga. Let's just keep it real. So this is really going to be interesting. So really what people are thinking are gender wars. I've always said, once I peep game and a couple of other people peep game, wait a minute, this is a bloodline war. It's deeper than gender wars. This shit is a bloodline war. So just keep on.
Well,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, they did say that they were told to pick an indigenous woman as opposed to any of those colorful names that they gave to those women that came over here.
Well, yeah, that's true. That is definitely true. And everywhere that the Romans went and looked for that matter, them motherfuckers was having kids or children. Mm-hmm. Everywhere them fuckers went. Yeah, that's a part of the script.
Consensual or not.
Exactly. Consensual or not. But it of course it makes it far, far worse when the shit is consensual. When you're not putting any thought into it. All right, so we just telling y'all to peep game. And, you know, that's why folks' individual situations aren't going to get any better, aren't going to get any cleaner until they really get their shit together. You're supposed to be mindful the way you move in these streets. Okay? You're not a baby anymore. Right? Get your shit together. Or not. Okay? Or not. But you're going to have to live that motherfucking nightmare. Trust and believe. You're going to live that shit all the way through. Okay. So the enmity between the two had extended even to the very purpose of life itself. Enlil had believed the purpose of life was to give undying service to the kings and the throne of Asar. But the Genesis sciences had revealed something highly different to Prince EA. Remember, this is Enki, Prince EA. Life controlled was not life involved. As blasphemous as that might be in Asar. Interesting. Let's see where they're going with this, y'all. Prince EA saw life as an opportunity for exploration of self. So, y'all see why Enki, they say Enki is Jesus. Or Jesus. That's why Enki is represented in some of those ancient texts as a fish. Okay? So to me, this is kind of throwing out the Jesus logic. Born of the same blood and world, no two brothers could have been further apart in their ways. Okay. And so, the words of the great Anu added to the already raging feud between the two princes. Prince Enlil would be Lord of the Word, command, and continue his iron rule, while Prince EA would remain the Genesis Lord, developing Eridu to the expectations of his father. Prince EA resigned himself to his task, redesigning the beast his sister had initiated to suit the needs of the work of the community of the Annunaki. With his sister besides him, the prince began the intricate procedures, but the anger was in his heart and would not leave his thoughts. Okay, so what he finna do, y'all? I think I remember. And thus the revenge of EA was born. Although directed to use the cellular material for one of the Anunnaki lords, specifically chosen by Prince Enlil, Prince EA substituted cells of his own choosing for the experiment. The time for the uncovering of the true identity of the beast would someday come, and he, Prince EA, would have the last laugh. Ciao. Prototype after prototype was tried. Slowly, the beast was developed in intelligence without sacrificing strength. Through experimentation in the field, the final product made its appearance. Rushed into service, the beast immediately proved itself. With strong arms and back, dexterity of the hand, and intelligent enough to follow instructions, the creature's versatility soon created a strong demand by the Annunaki for additional beasts. The Appa hybrid, known as Adapa, was an able beast ready to serve his masters. Prince Enlil was unhappy with the beast from the first. He did not trust either the temperament of the creature nor his brother. The beast was dangerous. Controlling it was an undertaking he had no wish to do. There was a foreboding, a sense of terrible in Enlil's being. He could not rest easy. But, forced to use the beast by his father's words, Prince Enlil decided to put the beast in the most perilous of work situations and in the most harsh environments. The creature was an experiment and therefore expendable. Demanding that beasts who fell from their labors not be relieved or tended to, the prince was responsible for the deaths of many of the creatures. They were, after all, only beasts. Sounds like when they was describing white cargo, white slavery. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Prince EA received the news with horror. The creatures, his experimental Adapa beast, were being worked to death by his brother's orders. The creatures were not labor helpers. They had become slaves, inconsequential, disposable slaves. Prince EA had never felt such anger before. Everything, all of his efforts were being systematically destroyed. His reclamation of Eridu, the planet, his successful building of Eridu, the city, and the creation and engineering of a beast of labor. There was wanton destruction of everything Prince EA had worked so hard for. His entire life's history was an ongoing tale of submission to the whims of his brother. But now it would come to a halt. Prince EA would strike back. He would have no more of his brother's dominance over his. He would make his brother pay for his sins through a vehicle unexpected, the beast. All right. Okay, so this kind of sounds like what's the one other dude that went off and created his own creation? I know y'all know who I'm talking about. And he had him on an island, supposedly.
Jacob.
Yeah, Jacob. Yeah.
Jacob.
Yep.
Same person who King James said he was.
Sure did. That ain't what I said. That's what he said. Right. Okay, returning to the agricultural center in Eridu, Prince EA sought out the beasts in the garden where they fed. Finding several of them alone, he approached them. Careful planning and precise breeding schedules permitted only certain beasts to mate and only under the strictest supervision. No beast could mate without the approval of the Lord of the Word. The results could be disastrous. Okay, so they couldn't mate or breed, rather, unless Enlil told them to.
Mm-hmm.
But Prince EA in the garden introduced the beast
The
to
serpent in the garden.
Right, because this is exactly what they explaining. Exactly. Introduced the beast to a simple pleasure, the pleasure of spontaneous, unsupervised sex. Oh, that's when it all went downhill. Uh-oh. Shit.
But how did he introduce him to it?
Wait a minute. I'm like, wait a minute. So, if they really didn't know about sex, how you introducing them?
So he came down there and grabbed his wee and like, here, you put it in here, put it in there.
Right.
Okay, rub it a little bit.
You know what? Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he has some Annunaki porn. He played that in the garden for them. Bruh. Inky, you got some splaining to do. Motherfucker, how you introduce that? Maybe it was an Annunaki playboy, something, hustler, something, a tape.
Yeah, but how did they feel comfortable enough in front of him to do it, though?
Yeah, that's a good point. What you say? He was plucking them, J. Rich? Child, I'm sipping my motherfucking water. Nasty. Now, I apologize in advance if that's what wasn't what you was doing. Oh, you muted, sis? Okay, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Wait. Let me undo this because I don't want to be showing people's stuff. Let me unmute you. I apologize up in advance if that's not what you was doing, bruh. But nigga.
Thank you.
Is that why your people so motherfucking nasty today?
Mm-hmm.
About to say, yeah, you know, they keep them same things, you know, that's why they have this type of relationship with certain sexual behaviors.
Animals, dogs,
Child.
horses,
It's natural to them.
fish.
Child.
What I wanted to say earlier,
Uh-huh.
you know, the centaur and all that kind of stuff. Remember the Adventures of Hercules?
Mm-hmm.
They had
Yeah.
all of those creatures.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And I think Brother Lex Will did a series on some of the Irish folklore. Yeah, and so a lot of the politicians are Irish. And they had pictures of these beasts that you were describing earlier. And some of the pictures.
Just nasty. Just straight nasty. All right, so reacting from basic instincts, the beast took to the Lord. Oh, they said he was instructing them. All right, well, and dude, I don't even know. Shit. What the fuck, never.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to get through this. I promise you, I'm trying to get through this. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, like, I just kept reading along. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, that's
like,
why
what
I stopped
is going
to sip some water like these motherfuckers. I just ain't. Playful at first, then earnest in their enjoyment, the beast frolicked in the garden. So, the prince watched as the beast reveled in the pleasures of intimacy. In a short life filled with agonies and labor, the brief moments of pleasure were a godsend, and with this new knowledge, the beast could be as his masters, choosing a moment's pleasure without scheduling, without approval. The beast looked back at the prince. He had given them a little taste of true happiness. Their creator... Right! Stop, Scott!
Oh my God.
I know. We can't make this shit up. Child. That's a different picture of Adam and Eve in that motherfucking garden, ain't it? But anyhow, their creator, a Genesis scientist whose mark was 2 intertwined strands of DNA. Did y'all catch that? The 2 intertwined strands of DNA, ain't that the motherfucking medical symbol today?
Yep.
Like, yeah. Like serpents mating had endowed them with the knowledge of knowing. Child, let me sip my motherfucking water. So.
Is that eating the apple?
That brings.
Somebody ate something.
Oh, child, I can't with y'all tonight. That do put a different connotation on eating that apple. Either way. So that's what the knowledge they claiming it was sex. Child. In time, the clandestine behavior of the beast became known to their masters. Lord Prince Enlil, informed of the beast's disregard of established command of conduct, became furious. An immediate command was issued to round up all of the offending creatures. Any and all renegade creatures were to be severely punished. And instantly thrown out of the life center. This is the Garden of Eden story.
Mm-hmm.
Prince Enlil. Yeah, this is the garden, but it was fucking, y'all. We should have known.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they tried to blame it on the woman,
as usual. And, what the fuck else is new?
You was fucking. That's what it was.
Right. Because last time we checked, it takes 2.
Right.
Shit.
Unless you didn't consent.
Right.
Okay.
Like that was a threesome to me.
It probably was, because he did have to instruct them. I'm just saying. They nasty ass. Anyway. All right, so child. So they threw their asses out. What? Prince Enlil would not tolerate no disobedience. Child. Prince Enlil knew that somehow his brother had been the cause of the beast's horrendous criminal behavior. Only right, but he fucking on the regular, I'm sure.
Horrendous criminal
behavior. Their behavior is criminal, but he fucking going all over the different dimensions, kicking it. Okay.
This is the fall of man, as they call it. Throwing out the garden.
Yeah, that's the garden story, but child, now they saying it was about sex. It wasn't no knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
So it brings a different meaning to that tree of life too.
Well, and that said they knew that they were naked once they hit the fruit.
Did.
What they're saying.
They was trying to hide. They was hiding because they was fucking.
Exactly. Then Leo came around the corner. Who taught y'all how to fuck? Woo.
So they're saying now that Eve had sex with the serpent. So is Ea the serpent? And she bore 2 boys. One was Cain and one was Abel.
Who brought the 2 boys, sis? I'm sorry, I got distracted.
Eve had the sex with the serpent. That's what they're saying now. Had sex with the serpent. He taught her how to have sex. She went and taught Adam how to have sex.
I never heard that version.
I know that's what they're saying in the Patriot movement right now.
Oh, okay. I'm with you, girl. Okay, go ahead. I'm with you.
So she had, she got pregnant by Adam and by the serpent at the same time. Cain is the serpent's seeds, and Adam is, what's his name? Abel is Adam's seed. And so what we're dealing with on this planet now is the seed of the serpent. And the queen, and all them people. And the presidents, all of them.
Well, okay, Patriots. Bottom line is Adam and Eve and them were hybrids.
Mm-hmm.
So technically, Eve didn't have to have sex with the serpent. And in the case, the serpent would have been Inky. All she simply had to do was have sex with Adam. And because that gene pool is mixed up anyway, shit, ain't no telling who the fuck you gonna get.
Right.
So that's for the Patriots. But wait a minute. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
But according to this, so-called Adam and Eve are Adapa.
Yep.
They have Bigfoot, have Annunaki.
Right. Right.
So the
People
science
still trying to tie their lineage back to them.
Right. Going right on the head. Going right on the head, Bigfoot.
Science is saying they're Neanderthal.
Yeah, to me, which was a slice off of Bigfoot. But okay.
That's what they're saying.
They saying a lot of stuff, but who we are.
Right. All
We
these
keep
other
hearing about
motherfucking
the
species.
Patriots and all this other stuff, but they won't admit who we are.
Right.
No, they leave us out of the conversation.
I know they always having a conversation about everything but us. They having a conversation about this being their land, the Constitution,
Right.
this, that, or the other. They talking about everything but the indigenous people.
Yeah.
I really don't give a fuck about the Patriots either. Patriarch, what they're patriotic about is the goddamn Constitution.
Right.
They ain't patriotic about the indigenous people getting their shit back.
Mm-mm.
So for those who are wondering, fuck the Patriots too.
Sis Tressy said, yeah, they were male/female XY, and then were split to be X-Y. Yeah, that's the thought. And then Sis Flame Thrower says, maybe they just had assimilation experiences and physical sex. That's why it was disgusting and forbidden to them. Could be.
But he got his sister pregnant, so it's
Yeah, they motherfucking nasty.
So I don't think that was imaginary.
Yeah, these motherfuckers just nasty. That's all. And then plus, when we read other ancient texts, they was talking about messing with other people's wives. They was just always into some fuckery. So they just nasty. That's all. All right, so where are we at? Yeah, and Leo all pissed, like, who taught y'all how to have sex? I dare them. This, what did he call it? Horrendous criminal behavior. Only a Genesis scientist could affect the beast's temperament. Only Prince EA could have had access to the creature. Enlil was being undermined by his brother. He knew it. But Enlil was not to be trifled with. To prevent further transgression, a new set of strict commands for Adapa be still within the life center and in the field operation was issued. Now remember, he kicked the other ones out that was fucking.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. So I guess they could just go on, keep fucking and having more Bigfoots. Child. Thus, were issued the commands of the Lord of the Word. All beasts in the agricultural center must give complete and total obedience to Lord Enlil only. Loyalty to Prince EA or any other Lord Creator K-D was strictly forbidden. That sounds like some shit right up out the Bible.
And the word Lord, when the Lord came and he saw they had
Yeah. Thou shalt put no Lord
sword
above me. Your Lord God is a jealous God. Shit sounded familiar to me.
Really. And Lord, capital L, means Lord of the man.
Yes. All beasts in the agriculture, all beasts in the, no. Okay, and total obedience to Lord Enlil. All traces of Prince EA and any other Lord Creator will be removed. Any beast carrying any remembrance of Prince EA will be punished. Child.
Wow.
They know how to bust a motherfucker down, don't they?
And that's family.
Is that, oh God, family. You the shit 1 minute, the next minute, don't you speak that motherfucker's name. Well, damn, that is my brother. I don't give a damn.
All right.
Cold. All beasts in the agricultural center must give complete and total obedience to Lord Enlil. Any beast uttering evil sounds or angry sounds about Lord Enlil will be punished. Sound familiar to me?
Oh, he is not playing.
He is the motherfucking bully. And all they simply want to do was have sex. That's all they wanted to do. Bless they heart. Right. Bless they heart. They didn't even say, well, I'm going to stop working. None of that. They just want to have sex. Well, damn. All beasts in the agricultural center must give complete and total obedience to Lord Enlil. Every beast must attend. Child.
Does that sound like the Ten Commandments?
Yep.
An obedience lesson every 7th period. So, motherfucker, you must be indoctrinated.
7th period, huh?
Right.
There go that 7.
Uh-huh. Child. All beasts in the agricultural center must give complete and total obedience to Lord Enlil. The pairing together of beasts for mating must be approved by Lord Enlil. Now, if y'all think about it, those quote quote elite families, isn't that pretty much what they do?
Give the permission from the queen to marry.
Right.
Yeah, but if you even take the slave narrative, you had to get master's permission.
That's true. If you take that is true.
They pick certain ones to breed together, the strongest ones.
Right. Even if you take that narrative, that is so true.
Boss, I was thinking about jumping the broom with Miss Kizzy here. You think it's all right, Master Boss, if Miss Kizzy and I jump the broom?
No. She don't have strong hips. You'll have weak children. Go sit your bitch ass down. No. I'm going to match you up with somebody else. Right.
Oh, my goodness.
Child, we can't make this shit up. All right. So he gotta approve folks mating. Such were the commands. Yep, there you go, sis. The commands of the Lord of the Word. So now when y'all reading y'all Bibles, your Babel, you should know who that Lord they were referring to in the beginning. in Genesis.
And what his word is, since they always talk a good word for the day.
Right. So those of you that's windmilling for in Leo and Inky now, and I knew, and Leo didn't want y'all to fuck. Are you still fucking?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
So they say that Yah stole the creation. That means that Inky stole the creation.
Mm-hmm. All it is playing games with names.
Exactly. That's all they do. Play games with the names. Prince Enlil would not be challenged. He would keep an iron hand over Eridu. Let the beast die in the wilderness. See, that's suspect to me.
Well, the king that was kicked out.
Because, yeah, that's true. That's true. But don't sit up here and say you wanted them to die. Because if you wanted them to die, you would have killed them.
Right.
How you gonna set them free? You kicked them out for having sex because you wanted to control how they bred and whom they bred with. But you kicked them out of the centers. You let them walk in the wild because you thought they was gonna die. That's not making sense to me.
Sound like he just had a hissy fit and said, "Get out."
Right, get
out! Get out! Get out!
Right.
Nasty, nasty!
Meanwhile, he just got up from fucking. But, okay, whatever. And ain't that what the church
fucking
say?
Around here but me.
Right.
Nobody fucking but me.
That's basically what he's saying. But ain't that what the church do?
Mm-hmm.
You ain't supposed to be fucking. They do. Y'all don't understand. The church people do more fucking than anybody.
Excommunicate them.
That's why
right. Want to excommunicate somebody, and the pastor got pennies in his motherfucking pocket. Please.
Oh, what is it they say? Rebuke. Yeah. I rebuke you in the name of the Lord.
Right. And they just got up out the bed. Yeah, okay.
Right.
Just, oh my God. So yeah, that could have been it. He could have been having a hissy fit. And the beast was probably like, motherfucker, fuck you. We didn't found out about this sex stuff. Deuce, we out of here. Shit, nigga, you did me a favor.
Just like us as children, once we got that first taste, our parents couldn't tell us nothing.
Shit, you got put the fuck out. Got beat down. Girls, we was sneaky with our shit. But dudes, y'all go crazy. Gotta get beat down with the broom. Get your shit put out. All of that.
And still want it.
Right. That still don't deter. You'll get missed meal cramps because you done been put out for a couple motherfucking days. Then you beg to come back in. I'ma be right. That ain't stopped you from fucking. You was just careful about how you did it and when you did it.
Okay,
Shit, that's how that game is played. So now y'all see where the shit come from. All right, so, okay, so he said let Prince EA care for them. They are monsters, and deserve no assistance. All from fucking? Let the renegade beast henceforth be called Adomus. Let the females suffer in childbirth.
That's what they say.
What the fuck she gotta do? It was both of us. Hell no, y'all. No longer will the birthing chambers be available to them. If the beasts of the garden remain faithful, they shall be allowed to remain. They shall be called Adapa. And so the beast was divided into two groups, the faithful and the unfaithful, the Adamus and the Adapa.
I made a mistake. The ones they ran out the garden was Adam and Eve.
Say that again, sis.
The one they ran out of the garden, well, actually, out two. In the Bible, they ran out Adam and Eve. And she was given the punishment of having to suffer in childbirth.
Right.
So, and then Cain was also ran out after he killed Adam, Abel,
Abel. Mm-hmm.
to the land of Nod, wherever that was.
Mm-hmm. Well,
so, this
they
is
didn't.
Adam.
Huh?
They called him Adamus. And that,
Really?
So, right here, they call him Adamus.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Adonis. I think I said Adamus or Adamus. Yes.
Adam and Eve,
But that's just Adamu.
Ooh.
Just like they had Adam and Adamu.
Yep.
I can check exactly what I see you.
Ciao. So that's a split right there, right?
Yeah, that's that split.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting how they use the faithful and the unfaithful. Ain't they still using that shit today?
Mm-hmm.
Righteous and unrighteous.
Ciao. Telling them they can't do some shit that they doing themselves.
And it's like they quickly forget that wars and shit took place in order for them to get this place.
Right. Oh, but they didn't forget all about that. They didn't forget about that. I dare you be fucking.
I wonder what the indigenous people were doing at this time.
On the other side.
Minding their own business.
Exactly.
So, because they didn't bring that group to attack until they had colonized that part where they were.
Right.
But you have to remember, he said that this was his masterpiece. You know, to put the whole multiverse on notice that you don't fuck with him. Instead of the other.
That's true. He did say that. Yeah.
So, this was about conquest, period.
Yeah, it really was.
And we were the ultimate prize.
Exactly.
So he bred these people to come over. That would be sons of, if we look at it as the Confederation.
Prince EA was pleased, however, for in the cast outs, a chance to continue the experiment to create independent life still existed. His desire to fabricate a life form that was intelligent, yet independent of the system, they put the system in quotes, that Prince EA and Prince Enlil had grown up in was still possible. The beast would have a chance at freedom and independence, something that he, a prince of Asar, had not had. The beast had been a testament to the Genesis skills of Prince EA, a Lord K-D. All of these damn titles. EA is his real name, but I don't know what this title Lord KD means. Engineer. I remember. That was the title of of scientist. Yeah, my bad. Engineering the combination of brute strength with some measure of intelligence had been tedious, but the prince wanted more for the creature. Developing the beast's ability to speak had been a priority for Lord EA. It allowed communication with the KDs and provided a means of measuring progress. No, Lord KDs, I think those were the workers. Shit. Let me just keep reading. I didn't forget. Though the beast's vocabulary was quite minimal, it was understandable. Locating... I'm sorry, go ahead.
When the grunts before the, you know how they used to grunt, before the cavemen did, before the language was created.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I'm sorry, Scotty, did you have something to say?
No, I didn't.
Okay, all right, no worries. What you say, sis, Tressie? Church says that fun sex is a sin. Yeah, that's what the church say. But them big church conventions, no, straight up, seriously, I had somebody tell me that years ago. They go to them and a guy, his nasty ass, and he was saying, you just have no idea how they turn up at them conventions. I'm like, at the motherfucking church conventions? He's like, yeah.
Of course.
I did not know, but he sure did say that. And then I was reading Auntie Riri's unauthorized autobiography. And the first movie that they put out, it mirrored that book pretty closely. And honey, they talked about it in the book. Them motherfuckers gets down. And then wake right up the next morning and stand in front of people with a straight motherfucking face and tell them what they not supposed to be doing. So any vice you can possibly think of, they was just doing it the night before. All of it. They sit up and talk about homosexuality, run that in the ground, but behind closed doors, that's what they're doing. And behind closed doors, it's not like they even downing folks for doing it. So it's a huge, big hypocrisy. Now, I don't know about your little local church, but from what I was told, those big mega church gatherings they be having, they used to call them jubilees. I don't know what the hell they call them now. Honey, that's how they gets down on them trips. And he was there for it with his nasty ass. That's his business. But yeah, that's how they be getting down behind the scenes. But want to jump up and tell somebody else what to do. Yeah, right.
So I'm going to say something that may be hurtful to some people, and I don't want to hurt them. But this is the distinction between the indigenous and the human, because the human was engineered by them, I think.
Yeah. And it's, if people take that as being hurtful, that has nothing to do with you. You're not trying to say it to be hurtful, but we keep coming back to the same thing over and over and over and motherfucking again.
Yeah.
And that's why it's important for people, you know who you are. Y'all linking y'all shit with this one and that one. Y'all have no fucking idea what you linking yourself to. You have no idea. Shit.
We can talk about first times.
All right. Locating pockets of the rejected beast in the wild, EA and his sister Ninhursag began to teach them skills of survival necessary in the cruel environment, from the first fire to the making of simple clothing, from making scratches on cave walls to the reading of symbols. The beast was taken along the path to a higher intelligence by both lords of the Genesis sciences. The experimental prototype of Princess Ninhursag had gone through several stages of development, but it had proven to be unique in its abilities. In time, several of the beasts exhibited the exceptional ability of learning and communicating its knowledge to other beasts. Prince EA and his sister began to focus most of the attention on them, teaching them so that they might begin to spread the knowledge to others. These teachers, taught by KD himself, became known as the Sioux. They who knew. Child, let me sip my motherfucking water. Dang, and I got the big cup and I'm almost out. Dang, I knew I should have filled up 2 cups. They who knew The Isu, the teachers spread the way of EA. Makes me think of Esau, but okay.
Well, yeah. S-A-W.
A later teacher of righteousness would bear the name, oh shit, y'all.
Jesus.
I say, Jesus. Jesus.
Wow.
Damn, y'all. A variation of Isu. Damn.
They do say that Jesus was their creation in the New Testament. He wasn't really real as we know him.
Well, remember, Bible scholars, don't y'all say that Jesus was there in the creation in Genesis?
That's what they say.
Oh, okay then.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God.
That's what. And let us make man in our own image. So if it was only one motherfucker, wouldn't it be let me?
Oh my God! That's Ephesians the 2nd chapter too about Jesus. They found Jesus.
Yeah.
And gave it to us, who was the indigenous.
That's interesting with that word. All right. As the beast in the wild progressed through the efforts of Prince EA, Lord Prince Enlil became further angered with the creatures. Though many of Adapa beasts still served loyally and faithfully in the Eridu compound, still the Lord of the Word felt a hatred and distrust for the creature. The AR flagship, the Asar ship of the state, was expected to arrive in Eridu soon. Knowing that the massive death ship caused an enormous gravitational pull, the prince decided to steer the course of the AR into a path he could utilize. By changing the path over the icy poles, the gravitational pull would be strong enough to cause glaciers to fall into the ocean. This, in turn, would cause needed environmental changes. God damn it, here we go with the environmental changes again. If a resultant flooding destroyed the beast, then so be it. Oh, okay, so he was purposely trying to cause it. The Prince of the Word could justify the sacrifice of the beast in exchange for the warming of the planet, the increasing of the amount of usable ocean waters, and the end of an ice age crippling the upper and lower hemispheres. Child.
Man, this is the first flood then.
Exactly. First flood, first reset. Well, his fuck ass ain't done it yet, but that was his logic behind it. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Got global warming in there. What
yeah.
Yelling at us about.
Right. Child. Whew. Okay. All of that was significantly greater import than the fate of the beast. When Lord KDEA discovered the plans of his brother, he made an immediate protest. But the Lord of the Word would give no heed, and to make matters worse, Prince Enlil forbade a single Adamus be spared. Only the loyal Adapa would be given shelter from the flood waters. Yeah, this is that flood story all day long. The renegade beasts would be sacrificed if necessary. They had broken the commands. And the Lord of the Word cautioned the prince, giving warning to the beast was aiding an enemy of the state, a heinous crime. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
The enemy of the state. And what do they call the different sections of this country name?
States.
And then they have somebody sitting up there who the president, they ain't the Lord, but they the president over the states.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
But even those other nations, they call that seat of power like the state.
Yeah.
They use the same word.
I guess that's when the state was born, huh?
Right. Prince EA was trapped.
Wow.
To work with rejected creatures, that was one thing. To give royal aid was another. With not much choice in the matter, Prince EA gave his solemn oath to remain silent, giving no warning about the impending floods.
It's a Noah story.
Exactly. And although that Noah bloodline ties to Annunaki.
Yeah, that you said he was a giant.
Yeah, definitely ties to Annunaki. Anunnaki, Enoch. Enoch's is Noah's people. That's that bloodline. All right. Okay, so he wasn't going to warn them. Though reluctant to accept his brother's word, Prince Enlil continued his plans for the ceremony arrival of the AR. So remember, y'all, the AR represents the in Star Wars, the Death Star, which really is what they're calling Nibiru now. So do y'all understand the connection when they're talking about when Nibiru cycles back around every 3,600 years, I think they say, that there's going to be destruction. Are y'all getting the connection? All right. But the Genesis Prince could not allow his beast to die. In secret, Lord EA made plans, taking several of the beasts to the underground caverns of the Hint hybrids and other beasts to mountain highlands. Prince EA assured the survival of at least some of the beasts. As a final measure, Lord EA had a special cargo ship constructed that would sail far out into the ocean, away from the regions most likely to suffer. With these secret plans, Prince EA kept Adamus alive and his experiment intact. Yeah, so that's the Noah story all day long.
The Ark.
Right, that's the Ark. And to be honest, EA or Inky, he sounds a lot more credible and able and more resources to build something like that to sustain a flood than Noah did. But okay, we'll continue on.
So you notice that this Adamus was not the one that stayed behind in the garden. So, because this one was the one that was thrown out.
Yes. When the mighty AR returned, the floods began as Enlil had expected them to. He felt relieved the beast would not be around to disturb him anymore. When the flood subsided and Lord Enlil discovered the deceit of his brother, his rage was uncontrollable. The two princes confronted each other in the Eridu Palace. Each had betrayed the other. Lord Enlil had attempted to destroy the prototype of Prince EA's beast in its early stages. Lord EA had tried to undo his brother's administration by tampering with the beast's breeding. Enlil had tried to destroy the beast with a flood. EA had broken a promise not to warn his creation, the beast. Each prince had committed a crime against the empire, an act of deliberate sabotage of the assigned duties of a royal prince of the throne. Because y'all remember, at the end of the day, they were working for the empire. Okay? So it was more than just about answering to their father, Anu, because he reported up back to the empire. The queens were the ones that gave him the power, and he was just supposed to be bringing them ends in. Because for the empire, it's about commerce. All right? Neither would ever achieve the throne if that kind of behavior continued. But Prince Ea had never believed the throne of Asar would ever be his. The rights of succession assured him of that. Prince Enlil, however, was the heir apparent. He could stand to lose everything. Prince Enlil, Lord of the Word, had no choice. He made a decision. There must be a truce. Never again would he or anyone of his administration interfere with Lord Ea's duty, the development of Eridu and all of its life forms. Y'all peep that? Forms. Plural. So if it was just Bigfoot and them, it would just say Bigfoot and them.
Well, we know a lot of animals are not indigenous to this land.
Yeah. Yeah. And I have to say, shout out to Brother Sean, because he kind of called that out. He said this shit some years ago, and I have to admit, I had to really think about that. I'm like, shit.
What is the pig is not indigenous?
I don't know what that pig made out of, y'all.
Rat and dog, they say. But see, something the whales are not indigenous.
Yeah, the dolphins. Only one I remember folks talking about were the dolphins.
I also heard too about dogs too.
Yeah, dogs. Yep, that's true. Lord Ea had no alternative but to return the promise. He and all of the KDs would never interfere with Lord Enlil again. As a sign of his good intentions, Prince Enlil gave his brother agricultural implements for the beast, tools for him so that the beast could learn how to grow his own food. The Genesis prince was surprised, but grateful for the gift from his brother. In exchange, Prince Ea promised to enhance the skills and abilities of certain special hybrids. So again, if it was just Bigfoot and them, it would just say Bigfoot and them. Used by Lord Enlil in the administration of the Eridu. Thus, for a time, the peace on Eridu came to be. Beasts were allowed to become educated and civilized. Well, ain't that something? I do declare.
Nice.
The empire of the Eridu under Enlil grew and prospered. So, y'all, I'm just fencing real quick. That's what y'all want to link your genetics back to, Bigfoot?
Well, they already showed that we're not, because we don't have that.
I'm just want to stress this motherfucking part. Because people windmill get hot up under the motherfucking collar when I say what I say about Jesus, Yahweh, Inky, Binky. I know why the fuck I say what I say. And I said what the fuck I said. This who y'all want to link your bloodline to? Bigfoot and them people? And that's cool. If you Bigfoot's them people, Bigfoot on, goddamn. But don't be getting upset with us, those of us that's like, nah, that ain't me, boo. That shit, that story, that don't have nothing to do with me and mine. All right. Genetic manipulation had given the beast the ability for a minimum communication and understanding. Through engineered enhancement, the Adapus who remained in the garden were made significantly stronger in analytic thought processing. They became highly intelligent, capable of small-scale decisions, but remained docile and servile. Through the use of Adapus and Hen T servants, Prince Enlil and the Annunaki were able to make dramatic progress in the Eridu operation. The Adamus beasts, however, uncontrolled in their sexual activities, grew quickly in number. So, child, they've been trying to plan people's population control. That's what I'm trying to say. For a very long time. Right. Genetic manipulation would be more difficult in producing specific traits in them. Any genetic enhancement would be subject to random breeding, the desired result probably watered down at best. We were just talking about this, Brother Scotty, about the breeding from original to hybrid and hybrid breeding with hybrid. At best, only some of the beasts would retain the desired attributes. Most of them would lose the hope for traits entirely. But through personal contact with his Isu, Lord E.A. gave the Adamus beast what the Adapa would never get, a chance to appreciate beauty. Teaching the beast how to enjoy and feel the wonders of the art and music, the prince inculcated a sense of self and an awareness of the world around him. Untainted by any influences on the Asar system, the Adamus developed a sense of belonging to a family and a sense of shaping and choosing his own destiny. Child. The prince was pleased. The system would not take hold, not with the beast. It had a chance, or so he hoped. Okay, so all of you windmilling for Inky, you Bigfooting them people, and if so, it's understandable you windmilling for him, your sky daddy. In an effort to ensure the beast would never again be desirable to the system, Lord E.A. continued to enhance the sexual drive of the creature. If placed in a situation of choice, labors in the service of the system or pursuit of sexual pleasure, the beast would always choose sex. This would make the beast an undesirable in the eyes of his brother Enlil. Okay.
Maybe this creation story is why they have not mentioned us in this whole galactical situation that's going down.
Because it didn't have shit to do with us.
They got nothing to do with us.
And if indigenous people mind indigenous people's motherfucking business,
and don't run to them,
they would be in a better situation. Instead of trying to integrate and fit into their system, you would be in a better motherfucking place. Then repped every motherfucking body. The Romans, the Africans. Now you motherfuckers then moved it on an alien level. So again, if you repping the Anunnaki, what side of the coin is your bloodline rolling on? Are you the direct descendants of the Anunnaki, or motherfucker, are you Bigfooting them or somebody else? Because it was more than Bigfooting them. Oh, or did you not study all that part?
So
I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
I'm jumping ahead of the story.
Wait a minute, Brother Sean muted. I kind of knew, I was kind of figured because you wasn't putting nothing on it. That's why I was looking at my phone. Oh, now I see where you text me. Hold on. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis, while I unmute Brother Sean. Go ahead.
I was just thinking that, God, I forgot what I was going to say. This, yeah, what I was going to say.
Damn, I'm sorry.
Maybe I didn't need to say it.
This is where the whole people from apes things come from.
Yep.
As Darwinism, yeah.
Yeah, it is where it come from. And that's why I'm like, y'all motherfuckers not lining none of this shit up.
And it's not us, because when you see his chart, they don't have our coloring.
Yeah, in his defense, he really didn't.
No.
Ooh.
I was going to say about the golden horde. See, because that gene that they have, what was it? The B something?
Brother Sean is muted.
No, didn't I unmute you, Brother Sean?
Yeah, I'm back on.
Oh, okay.
My bad.
Okay, no worries.
Still looking out, bro.
Yeah, because my ass didn't see it.
Mama, those people with the different DNA out of Africa. Remember that theory of out of Africa, where they came out of Africa and these creatures here with that, what was that gene? The B? Was it the B gene or G?
Oh, you mean that paper that we read?
Remember the RH.
Yeah, shit, I forgot. But yeah, okay, so what are you saying, sis?
So this would be the ones that actually came and started taking down the whole planet of the indigenous, these type of people.
I mean, all we know is that if we try to line up what they're saying now to what happened today, we know that it was multiple creations on the planet. We know that there were multiple beings, hybrid beings being created. Now, who is whom out of those different beings? I don't know. I can just guess that it was, some of them part Annunaki. Some of them may be pure Annunaki. Some of them hybrids. So we really don't know specifically, but what I'm trying to get people to see that it's more than just one. Because people are thinking in simplistic terms of a good and a bad. Just like people look at all melanated people and say, that's my brother, that's my sister. And they look at all white people and say, oh, they're the devil. When it's not really about that, it's about bloodlines. So I can't pinpoint that Bigfoot and them was who he was talking about in that paper. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
All of these galactic people, galactic beings or whatever, claim to have hybrid children down here. They've all participated in some creation story.
Right.
Or another.
Yep.
They've switched as far as for who was ruling for a while.
Yep.
They're still fighting to see who has control of it.
Right.
So whoever the fuck you can think of, they here.
Right.
They all got hybrid children. They all admit that there was indigenous people. They still admit that there are indigenous bloodlines to this day.
They sure do.
They've even gone so far as to say that all land and stuff is supposed to be returned to the original people.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't say nothing about no paperwork or nothing with that.
Trudeau of Canada was talking, and she said, man, he said humans. And she kept talking. He would not answer her question or talk to her until she said humans.
Yeah,
So,
but human being mean monster if you look up the definition of it.
Right. The
I don't see
etymology,
why
right.
people keep
so look,
calling themselves
it means what?
monster.
Monster.
That's what they call it. What Emil called it.
Right.
That's exactly what he called it.
Yeah, his creation, so he had the right to call them monsters. He created them.
And that's what Trudeau was saying. Humans
Are monsters.
are monsters.
That's why I don't call myself a human being.
Exactly. Or calling your babies kids, because that's
Right.
goats.
Baby goat. Right.
Yeah.
And that's why I remember the distinction between man and human.
Two distinct beasts, the Adapa and the Adamas, were part of planet Eridu. Lord Prince a master Genesis sciences, was Lord. What's Lord?
L.
Huh?
L.
Huh?
L.
I know I'm being a smart ass. Huh?
Lea or Leo?
Yep.
Leo. That's he became the astro stuff anyway, because they remember they had the opposite reign. He gets so many years in India. That's the zodiac thing.
Yep, Leo the lion.
Yep.
That's why they say the lion is the king of the jungle.
King of the jungle.
But ain't.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said, but ain't.
Right. Prince in Leo, Lord of the Command, was Lord of the obedient servants. Okay, so that's y'all who, windmilling for y'all daddy, Inky Binky. So y'all the two distinct beasts, Adapa and Adamus, or some other fucking creation. Know what titles you're taking on. Know who you're calling yourself repping. Y'all out here repping a motherfucking gang. You don't even know the fucking history. Then want to get an attitude with somebody that do. As word of Prince EA's beast spread to neighboring stars and galaxies, another group of Genesis lords extended a gift to Lord EA, known as the Aku. They were descended from a bird-like ancestor. The Genesis lords presented EA with a single strand of DNA filament that provided passion. With this one single element, the invisible motivating force that gave a being intense feeling was passed on to the beast of the prince. And with this gift, the Adamus beast would have even more passion, more feeling than even the beings of the Asar Empire themselves. Taken from the cells of the Aku, the offering became known as the gift of the feather. Ciao. We're going to read this last part and then we're going to wrap up. Thus, the paths of the two beasts, the Adapas of Enlil and the Adamas of Enki or Enki, continue to separate. Of the same roots, initially for the same purpose, the two now on different paths. With time, Prince EA and Prince Enlil were able to make both groups work together. The Adapa beasts completed their labors as obedient servants. The Adamus beasts completed the labors in exchange for food and supplies. As Eridu expanded from one compound into many, the use of both beasts became a commonplace occurrence. Eridu was a world of laboring beast. Dang.
Yikes.
All right, we'll stop there.
That's slave and master.
Yeah, pretty much. But people want a windmill for Inky and Leo them. They're their creator. I'm like, motherfucker, do you know what you saying? Do you know what you saying? So just know you saying that you Bigfooting them motherfucking people. That you mix with a lot of other shit. Yeah, you are part. I don't even know at this point if they part Annunaki. Shit. All right. Son Scotty, you have any last words for the family?
I guess what's on my mind is what Brother Sean was talking about, you know, and kind of like what you just ended up on. We don't know who these people is mixed up with. We don't know what. All we can know about is who we are, and we can't get distracted about all the stuff that's happening to this and that, you know, like Brother Sean was saying, like all the distractions and stuff, we is getting lost beyond the point that we supposed to be worried about us. We gotta go inside. We gotta manifest. We gotta pull our vision out and put it into the world. Otherwise, you're just gonna let the world make you into what it wants to do. And you know, we can't really. The information is helpful as far as like understanding this world and what's going on and the different players and what's happening and stuff, but it defeats the purpose if we just become consumed with that and like trying to figure out who all these people are and what are their plans and you know, we got to take it with a grain of salt. It's like, yeah, this is what it is. This is what this matrix is, and this is what it's doing. And, you know, make educated moves for yourself, for your family, for you, for all of that. So, yeah, but I mean, I love all of this and breaking it down and all this because it just, you know, I'm like sci-fi nerd. I'm like, what? This is where they got all of this from. Exactly. This is where it's from. When you know beyond that, if you don't even like watch movies or TV or like play video games, like you were seeing something that relates to this because it's in everything. It's in the religions. It's in the government structures, that the hierarchy that we have on in all of these institutions is coming from these foreign alien doctrines and stuff. And so, like, I mean.
Exactly.
I know it's like if people can't get it and see it. It's like, you know, maybe that's the role they supposed to play. They ain't the ones that's gonna get it. They the ones that's gonna be the food.
Exactly.
You gotta keep on pushing.
Keep it pushing. Keep it moving. Exactly. Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
Yeah, this is very informative, and I've always read the Bible with like. How do they know that he said that? Well, was anybody there? But the way they have it written is he's all by his notes and creating all this stuff. Because some of the English authors who related the Bible always used to say what God said. How do you know what he said? And now this makes sense how they know. Because they have their history. They know their history. I think they really know their history. And so they were there to put words in their creator's mouth at the time because they were there when he created it.
Right.
So, I mean, it really tells the story. Thomas, what was that boy's name? God said, let there be light. And I'm like, how did they know that there was no light? How did they know he said, let there be light? Now, those things are added to the script, and they took away lots of books from it, too. But in essence, they're the one who translated it and gave it to people.
Right.
Because they wanted us to worship their gods.
Worship them.
Yeah. And
yeah.
Like the Catholic Church, they gave us their God. Jesus is their God.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's really interesting. It's kind of depressing that they would fool people so readily and not, tell this part. And of course, we have to understand Zachariah Sitchin made it sound really attractive what went down, but this
You
was just.
think he did? You think he made it seem attractive?
I think it was more attractive than this gruntle stuff. It was just.
That's a point. That's a point because you know what? I'll take that because it makes sense why a lot of people are so pro Annunaki.
Right.
You bring up a very good point, and it never set well with me. It never, ever did. And when I ran across these Terra papers, I said I fucking knew it was something. It was more to it. But you got a point there.
Yeah, because this is really just gruntle and beastly, what they have said here. You know, it was in his book. It was more like they made friends out of the people, but in this one, it's just total.
Right. It's total BS. And what I like about the Terra papers, because I'm glad you brought up the stitching stuff, because you're right. In his, when he kind of go over their bloodlines and stuff, he is putting it in the light of, they were these powerful, mighty beings, knowledgeable, and they created these beings in their likeness. So he did romanticize it.
That's his bloodline. What is he supposed to?
Yep, you're right. That's his bloodline. And then people latched on to it. Oh, I'm of Annunaki blood. Okay. So hopefully what this is showing you all, it's the flip side of that stenching stuff. And more importantly, what I want you all to get out of this and why I have to periodically go back to it, because we keep seeing the same themes over and over and over again with people following different doctrine. I'm only painstakingly going through this stuff with a different spin. This ain't the first motherfucking time I done been through this. I'm just doing it with a different spin now. It's to just show you all where the fuck this shit came from and why you cannot break the spell because you keep drinking the Kool-Aid. It's the same shit regurgitated. All right? Okay. Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Mm-hmm. And following up what you said about it's the same story regurgitated. It don't matter if they're stitching or if you want to put a melanated face on it, Billy Carson. It's still non-terrestrial bullshit. Period. I don't care how romantic they make it,
right?
How much in love they are with them, how much they worship them, whatever. How many movies about them, whatever. That's just to reinforce the fear and inferiority in you, trying to remind you of how great these beings are supposed to be, how powerful they're supposed to be. And as you see throughout this entire process, it was governed through fear and hatred.
Yep.
The lowest vibrational frequencies there are.
Yep.
Let them have that bullshit. Let this shit die.
Yep.
Realize what the fuckery is and let the shit go. The only power they have is by consent.
Yep.
Obviously, they could never get us to consent on the whole because they had to create their own damn creatures to mine or do whatever it is the fuck they wanted done.
Yep.
They wasn't able to control all of us back then, and they can't control all of us now.
Nope.
People made choices back then, and y'all making choices now. Our choices are going to have us in different places.
Exactly.
I have no hatred, anger, or animosity towards you for wanting to be where you want to be.
You want to be, exactly.
Truth of the matter is, like we say, we really don't know what your bloodline is. Them can be your people.
Right.
Delirians, Pleiadians, we can go through the whole list of them because somebody is part them.
Right.
Claim your people. Be proud of that. Just leave with that pride. Love y'all.
All right, family. So we're going to be back next week. We're going to continue on in this series to see what Inky Binky and the masses are up to. Hope that you all are getting something out of it. We appreciate you all's support. And thank you for those, although it's definitely not a requirement or whatever, but those of you that be hitting me up with donations to support, that's sweet. Thank you. Other than that, I think that's it. I don't think I have anything else to say. We'll be back next week, family. Only other thing I just kind of want to remind you is pay attention to what they are putting out in the news from an economic standpoint. There's a lot of movement going on. And as I always say, just be prepared, fam. Have those life essentials that your people need, that you need. Non-perishable foods. Have you some water. Any medications you have, stock up on that stuff because they're bringing out the fuckery. Huh? What you say, Brother Sean?
And keep an eye on them babies.
Right. That's your first priority. Matter of fact, keep an eye on them babies. But yeah, make sure that you have those provisions because I see them pulling out the fuckery cards as we predicted. So thank you all, family, very much for supporting us. We appreciate you. Thanks to everybody in the chat. Thanks to the listeners in YouTube world. Thank you to my co-hosts, Sis Sandra, Brother Sean. Thank you to my son, Scotty, for joining us. And thank you, Brother 832. So we'll be back next week, y'all. Peace and love to you all. Love you, family.
Peace and love, y'all.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to True Uncompromised.